Good morning, everyone. Good to be back with you all. There's still a few people coming in, so I know we're running a bit late from our 8:30 scheduled start, but we'll give it 5 more minutes and see if we have a few more arriving, and then start. And those joining us virtually, thanks for your patience online. We're just waiting for a few more to arrive here in the room, and then we'll make a start very shortly. Thank you. again, everyone. I think we're going to make a start. I think we've reached critical mass in our room here, and welcome also online. So, good morning, delegates, for joining us here in person again, and for those joining online, good morning, good afternoon, good evening to you again, wherever you're connecting from around the world. So welcome to the second day of this third hybrid dialogue under the United Arab Emirates Just Transition Work Programme. At the onset of today, we have some space dedicated for quickly reflecting on the key takeaways from day one. We had a really packed and engaging day yesterday, and while we were preparing ourselves for these key takeaways, realised that doing justice to the richness of the exchanges that we've had yesterday in this short time that I have at my disposal is really, it's a difficult task. So I won't attempt to exhaustively summarise all that was said. And we also had some really excellent facilitators yesterday who did a much better job of conveying the breadth and depth of your exchanges than I could do through talking now. But nevertheless, let me briefly reflect on how the discussions that we had yesterday link to the program that we have prepared for today up until lunchtime at our conclusion. Yesterday was undoubtedly an important opportunity to dig deeper into the substantive aspects of the relationship between just transitions and climate adaptation and resilience. I would like to invite you to keep all that richness and all those ideas while still fresh top of mind while we move into today, as today's discussion will give us an opportunity to reflect if and how we can make use of what we have learned yesterday under the United Arab Emirates Just Transition Work Programme, while we look at how it can synergise with other work streams under the UNFCCC, initiatives and programs outside of the climate change intergovernmental process, and while we also consider any potential outcomes of the work programme in this context. Before we move into our breakout discussions, we have scene-setting presentations on each of our three topics. These will help contextualise the topics with some examples and are aimed at helping us all to start thinking through the opportunities under each of the three areas under discussion this morning. And so without further ado, I would now like to welcome our speakers for their scene-setting presentations. And first, I would like to invite Mariam Navi, Team Lead of the Global Goal on Adaptation Unit of the UNFCCC Secretariat, to deliver the first scene-setting presentation focusing on building synergies under the UNFCCC process. Thanks very much, Mariam, for joining us virtually, and we pass the floor over to you. Thank you.
On this, sorry, first maybe I should check whether you can hear me.
Mariam, just try again and see if we can hear you.
Can you hear me? Because I can hear the room well.
We can hear you now, thank you. We just had some feedback on the line, but I think it's okay now.
Okay, is it fine now? Can you hear me? Can you confirm that you can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, but we have some...
Very good.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you so much for inviting me. It's a pleasure to be with you for this very important dialogue, and I hope the brief presentation I prepared for you you will find useful. I believe you will share the slide, but just to introduce myself, I'm Mariam Navi, as my colleague mentioned, and I'm leading the Secretariat support on matters relating to global goal on adaptation. So yes, if we can please move to the first slide. Yeah, thank you so much. So as probably most of you know, in Paris Agreement, parties established a global goal on adaptation, which focuses on three pillars of enhancing adaptive capacity, strengthening resilience, and reducing vulnerabilities to the climate change. And it was with the view to contribute to sustainable development, and it was in the context of temperature goals referred in the Paris Agreement. Some years after that, and specifically in Dubai, CMA adopted a framework which provides further details to the goal and guide parties and also non-parties stakeholder efforts towards those pillars mentioned in the goal, and concretize the goal by setting some targets. Under the framework, which is called UAE Framework for Global Climate Resilience, 11 targets were adopted, 7 of which have a thematic focus. There is one on water and sanitation, one on food and agriculture, one on health, one on ecosystems and biodiversity, one on infrastructure and human settlement, one on poverty eradication and livelihoods, and one on cultural heritage. There are also 4 other targets that they're called dimensional target or target around adaptation cycle, and the 4 focusing mainly on the process of first impact, vulnerability and risk assessment, then adaptation planning with a big emphasis on NAPS under that, implementation, and finally monitoring, evaluation and learning. Also in Dubai, CMA launched a work program on indicators. It's called UAE Belém work program on indicators to measure progress towards these targets. We are in the second year of the work program, and we have the mandate for parties to adopt a list of indicators this year in Belém. Well, in terms of work, S-Features convened a group of experts that are working on indicators to measure progress towards the targets. And the starting point for the experts was to look at the compilation of existing indicators. That compilation was prepared by the Secretariat based on submissions from parties and observers. But also the experts had the mandate to identify gaps and develop new indicators where needed. Can we move to the next slide, please? So I realize this slide contains a lot of text, but I felt it was important to highlight some of the specific phrases from the decision language, particularly because they are highly relevant to just transition. If you look at the thematic targets, for example, listed on the left side of the screen, you will notice a consistent focus on achieving a resilient future for all. This phrase, for all, is deliberately embedded in the wording of the decision across multiple targets, whether it is access to safe and affordable water for all, or equitable access to food and nutrition for all. Their language reflects a commitment to inclusivity that aligns closely with the principles of just transitions. In particular, the decision emphasizes resilience building for the most vulnerable, which also resonates strongly with the shared goals under just transitions. I'd also like to draw your attention to target 6 and 7. Target 6 specifically addresses the impacts of climate change and the link with poverty eradication. It underscores the importance of safeguarding livelihoods from climate impacts and promote the use of adaptive social protection measures, again, for all. The decision does not focus solely on people and economy and livelihood. It also explicitly includes management and protection of ecosystem, and even refers to protection and preservation of cultural practices and heritage. All of these elements reinforce the idea that adaptation must be not only effective, but inclusive and equitable, and designed in a way that responds to the lived experiences of communities and the specific ecological context they inhabit. So if we can please move to next slide. So zooming out a bit, those were the phrases within the targets. But if you look at the whole UAE framework and the different provisions in that decision from Dubai, the framework provides a forward-looking foundation for ensuring equitable and inclusive outcomes in climate action. And it achieves this by embedding the principle of just transition not only in the formulation of the target, but also in other provisions in the decision, by stressing to safeguard the collective well-being of all people, to ensure that there is no one left behind in the adaptation process, again, to protect livelihoods and economies, to preserve and regenerate nature for the benefit of both current and future generations. So there is another lens of equity here, and to promote adaptation approaches that are both incremental and transformational, and to also foster inclusive planning process that empower all actors and groups to participate meaningfully. And importantly, to build resilience while upholding the imperative of equity. And if we can please move to next slide. I wanted to, to maybe talk a bit about the indicator work program, because as mentioned in the beginning, as part of the ongoing work program on indicators, attention is being given to those that are relevant to just transition as well. And these indicators serve several critical functions. First is to help to track progress towards the GGA targets, including through the use of disaggregated data and outcomes that are sensitive to vulnerability. And that would allow us to identify who may be left behind and where gaps remain. And second, that can provide a basis for informing national and local planning processes and ensuring alignment with the GGA at a global level. And also to enable more targeted support that is tailored to increase resilience, enhance adaptive capacity, and reduce vulnerability, and particularly for the population most at risk. And I also included a few examples of indicators in the last slide. Today, I'm pleased to let you know that today we published a consolidated list of indicators that we received from experts. I mentioned there was a compilation of indicators. That list was had something around 9,000 indicators, and then experts, through a review and refinement process, reduced the list now to 490 indicators, and we published the consolidated list of indicators, reports by experts, and also a technical report by the Secretariat, which after this presentation I can share the links here with you. But maybe just some examples that I found in the list that you may see it as relevant to just transition, was indicators that aim to support some targeted adaptation action. For example, the proportion of people living in the multidimensional poverty with areas of high climate risk exposure disaggregated by age and sex, or the percentage of population with sustained access to climate resilience alternative livelihoods. The percentage of poor individuals in vulnerable communities who have access to safe and reliable water with disaggregation by gender. And the list goes on. And I know perhaps it's not fun to go through 490 indicators, but if you get a chance, maybe you can look at the technical report by the Secretariat and browse the list as well. So I stop here. I hope this was helpful. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to respond.
Thank you very much, Mariam, and thanks for the updates on the work in relation to the GGA indicators and starting to give us a picture of some of these synergies in terms of processes and concepts within the UNFCCC process. There are others as well, and we know that when we come to our breakout sessions, it's an opportunity to explore the breadth of those in some more detail. So thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you so much, and have a very productive meeting.
Thank you. Okay, I would now like to move to our next presentation. So I'd like to ask Ms. Camilla Roman from the International Labour Organization to join us on the podium to provide a scene-setting presentation on building synergies outside of the UNFCCC process. And we'll just give Camilla a moment to make her way up to the podium. Thanks.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. Great to be here today, and thanks again for the very insightful discussions we've been having yesterday. So let me go right ahead with the presentation and learn to use this new technology in terms of tracker. Yes, great. So I'd like to start by highlighting some elements that can help us embed a just transition perspective in adaptation. It's no surprise that it resonates very much with the earlier presenter and with many of the points that have been raised in the course of yesterday's discussion. So there are two angles that we need to bear in mind when we consider a just transition perspective in adaptation. One is looking at climate change impacts, so vulnerabilities. And the other is the impacts of adaptation action itself. Within those two angles, we want to be looking at tackling decent work, both in terms of risks that are caused by climate change, but also risks that can be brought about by adaptation measures. We also want to be looking at maximizing opportunities, especially opportunities that are linked to climate change adaptation actions, so as to leverage them as contributors to sustainable development. The second aspect to bear in mind is addressing inequalities. It's no surprise that climate change is having far-reaching impacts in terms of exacerbating inequalities. So putting this as a centerpiece in adaptation action is key. But we also need to pay attention to the kind of adaptation solutions that we propose to avoid the fact that they increase inequalities and making sure that they are accessible to and affordable for all, and actively and deliberately promoting an inclusive approach. Two vehicles that can help advance on these issues are ensuring rights and, on the other hand, looking at sustainable enterprises, including small and medium enterprises. A just transition lens in adaptation has to be grounded in participation, so social dialogue and stakeholder engagements are key. What kind of instruments and levers do we have at our disposal to make this just transition perspective happen in adaptation work? One, integrated planning and coordinated policy instruments, so not just looking at climate policies, but also at economic, employment, and social policies, so that they are aligned and they are moving towards this just transition perspective in adaptation. And secondly, means of implementation. We talk a lot about implementation, so it's key to bear in mind that this is an essential enabling condition for action to happen on the ground. So finance is key, but also international cooperation with a perspective that is aligned to a just transition. We are not starting from scratch. I think there are a lot of positive developments, and we heard a lot of inspiring examples in the course of yesterday. We know that there is an emerging basis of knowledge and understanding on the relevance of livelihoods, for instance, and equity issues in adaptation. We know that there are some national adaptation strategies that include employment and social protection. We also know that there are some international cooperation projects that are community-led. But there are also some gaps and some limitation in the current state of play. The understanding and knowledge that, of what just transition means in the context of adaptation is still nascent and is a bit scattered. There are limitations in terms of the uptake of systemic approaches and the use of integrated policy instruments. There is an emerging recognition of the role of social protection, but still some limitations in a comprehensive framing and investments in system building. We have some gaps in terms of social dialogue and stakeholder engagement. So while there is a recognition in terms of how this process happened in the ground, we still have a long way to go. There are also some gaps in the issues that are addressed in adaptation measures. For example, occupational health and safety risks linked, for instance, to climate, heat stress, issues of rights, and also the recognition that there can be potential harm in terms of livelihoods and social equity if adaptation actions are not well designed. And finally, there's still a limited recognition of social and just transition investment that can qualify for climate finance in adaptation. So looking specifically at synergies between what happens in the work program and what happens outside UNFCCC processes, we have to look at the two-way relationships. On the one hand, the work program can leverage and share what exists outside the UNFCCC, and obviously the dialogues are playing an important part in that regard, as well as reflecting on gaps that need to be addressed and possible solutions. On the other hand, initiatives outside the UNFCCC can provide sources of knowledge, good practices, experiences, and they can also contribute to addressing such gaps and solutions that are discussed in the work program. Let me give you a few concrete illustrations. Again, I will not do justice to a lot of the aspects that were mentioned yesterday, but just a few examples. So there are countries and regional strategies, such as the South Africa Just Transition Framework, that explicitly include adaptation, or the EU adaptation strategies that includes a just transition perspective. And these are examples, but there's many other, of national and regional frameworks that are taking a just transition lens in their action. Secondly, in terms of international processes and instruments, there are the ILO guidelines and the International Labour Conference resolution that provide potential entry points and to see how just transition can translate into adaptation. Thirdly, there are international alliances, and here let me give the example of the Universal Social Protection 2030, which is an alliance of countries, international finance institutions, and UN agencies, which has a social protection and climate change working group. There is knowledge development that is happening, including the ILO World Social Protection Report that was published last year and had a focus on climate change. There are reports done with IUCN and UN Environment on nature-based solution and decent work, and there are other products, including an NDC, a just transition in NDC mapping. There are also capacity building programs that are available across the UN systems and elsewhere, and there are some initiatives by multilateral development banks. For instance, the European Investment Bank approach to just transition and just resilience. And let me close with reflections on how in the ILO we deal with these two-way relationships between what happens in the work program and our outside work. The discussions in the work programs, the decisions, but also the dialogues stimulate and trigger some areas where which we then act upon. For instance, we felt the need to articulate and unpack how the Just Transition Guidelines and the resolution can be applied to adaptation. Secondly, the subjects and areas of interest that come out of the discussion of the work program also suggest or let's say push us to accelerate some work that we are doing. For instance, producing the Just Transition in NDC mapping that looked at the past round of NDC in terms of how Just Transition elements were integrated and will be updated this year. And finally, the development of an offer of integrated technical assistance on Just Transition and adaptation. Why we are doing this and the value we see in the work program is that it's a not authoritative space. It helps to create momentum. It gets a lot of visibility. And so for us, it's an important area to get feedback and inputs to what are emerging areas and what are promising issues that we should be looking at, in addition, of course, to our direct engagement with countries. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Camilla, for the really valuable examples and perspectives, and I think that provides a starting point for when we go into breakout groups for you all to be sharing all your additional examples from your countries and organisations to build on other cases of these synergies between what's happening within our process and outside. So that's great. I'd now like to, I'm going to pass over to myself to provide a short presentation on identifying concrete and actionable outcomes for the Just Transition Work Programme in the context of adaptation and climate resilience. And again, very much a scene-setting presentation to set a basis to then go into the breakout groups for your discussions. So just to provide some background context. If the presentation could come up, that'd be great. Or maybe it's for me to do myself. There we go. So I wanted to start by just reflecting on the work program itself and the roadmap of the work program under the mandate that we have through the decisions that established the work program in 2022 and then the further work to operationalise it through Decision 3 CMA5 in 2023, which we know has a number of elements in it, including its paragraph 2 elements that are helping to guide the work that we're doing under the work program through our dialogues and other activities. We also have the high-level ministerial roundtable happening each year on Just Transition under the mandate, and we've made progress in terms of both the decisions and those mandated activities over the last couple of years. As we know, we're now at the stage where we're having the 3rd and 4th dialogues this year, and the mandate continues next year to replicate the process of having 2 more dialogues and continuing with the high-level ministerial roundtables next year also. I guess the key point I wanted to make here is those mandates are producing these very valuable discussions and producing reports and engagement and building of understanding and connection between what we're doing under the UNFCCC process and what's happening outside and with the other processes within our UNFCCC system and within the UN system and broader system more broadly. But I guess the question that's coming is, as many of the submissions are indicating and the discussions are happening in the negotiations, what what else is there in terms of outcomes from the Just Transition Work Program? How does it add value? How does it reach tangible results? How does it deliver additional things that are going to help ensure that just transitions become embedded and a core part of our response to climate change in all its parts? And we know that through the mandate we have an opportunity next year to review the work of the Just Transition Work Program and make a decision at COP at CMA8 as part of COP31 next year. And so the opportunity between now and the end of next year is to really develop that thinking around what are the outcomes from the Just Transition Work Program. So I'd like to just recap on some of the ideas that started to come through during the course of last year and during the course of the negotiations in Baku at COP29, where we saw some of these ideas starting to come through. I think it's fair to say that these concepts and ideas are still quite nascent, still very much maturing, and there were different views from parties about what this should look like in terms of outcomes. So I've just tried to capture some examples here in terms of what was coming through. So we heard things such as a synthesis report on relevant guidelines and lessons learned from implementing just transition strategies. There was a sort of related concept around a synthesis report on tools for integrating the principles of equity and fairness in the implementation of climate action in both its domestic and its international dimensions. There was also a proposal around having a just transition guidance framework that includes tools for integrating the principles of equity and fairness into implementation of climate action in both the domestic and international dimensions. And so these ideas found their way into the discussions and negotiations last year in Baku. They were reflected at various points in the draft text that was being discussed during COP29. As we know, there wasn't a decision, there wasn't consensus in Baku in terms of a decision. So this was very much in the draft text that was being worked on. And as I say, there were divergences in terms of whether that should be reflected and what should be reflected. And so the opportunity now is to revisit that as we approach Bonn and we head towards COP30 in terms of what this should start to look like in the context of our negotiations and our decisions under the Just Transition Work Program. This is a long list and reasonably dense, but what it's trying to capture is that there's been a lot of ideas come through in what you've all presented in your submissions so far this year, both in the round of submissions from February and also in the context of the submissions that came through in more recently in preparing for this dialogue. I won't try to go through each of these in any detail. There's more detail reflected in the submissions, but just to touch upon some of the key concepts coming through, we have ideas around having just transition principles of some kind reflected in multilateral frameworks more generally, including under our process. There's ideas around having some sort of accountability monitoring. How do we know how we're making progress around implementation of just transitions within both the domestic and international spheres in terms of how it's being embedded and responded to in the context of all aspects of our work around climate change action, in the context of mitigation, in the context of adaptation, loss and damage, means of implementation. We see ideas around governance models and other frameworks to reflect principles associated with just transition. Ideas around metrics and indicators, again, on tracking progress. Other ideas around establishing some sort of platform or partnerships between developed and developing countries or otherwise, how to engage other stakeholders through partnerships or other arrangements. some other ideas about more institutional setups in terms of committees or task forces to provide some more structure around approaches to just transition. Finally, ideas around knowledge sharing, capacity building, products, other portal ideas to house information and provide a space for people to understand and share experiences and understand best practices, etc. So, and finally, importantly, the dedicated support. How do you provide the support channels for just transition pathways, as we were hearing in the context of our discussions yesterday and have been coming through in the negotiation context also. And then that's sort of more generically in terms of more broadly, but as we look more focused on the context of our topic here over the last 2 days in relation to adaptation and climate resilience, we're also seeing some very interesting ideas come through the submissions in relation to adaptation and climate resilience specifically. So we've got ideas around adaptation justice indicators to inform planning and implementation aspects. We have, again, ideas around frameworks to overcome silos through how do you have this intersection and use a just transition lens across both mitigation and adaptation elements. We heard yesterday about the transboundary issues associated with climate risks and adaptation and the issues associated with that. So how do you map and respond to that in the context of vulnerability and spillover effects of maladaptation, which we're seeing reflected in, and this is outlined in some more detail in some of the submissions. And establishing frameworks again in terms of high-risk sectors, vulnerability, strategies associated with whether it's labour reskilling or other issues associated with our response. And metrics again to track progress specifically in the context of resilience building and adaptive capacity enhancements. So a lot of really rich ideas coming through submissions, and I guess the opportunity now is through discussions today and the session we have in one of the breakout rooms, and as we continue discussions on this through the year, is to think about how that matures and develops and how we ultimately want to reflect this under our Just Transition work program in terms of outcomes within our decisions and ultimately outcomes more broadly beyond the existing activities that we see. I wanted to finish by just reflecting on the fact that some of these, or all these issues are really broadly sort of in two categories. We have some standalone ideas around proposals which see some new approaches to how you reflect outcomes, whether it's in principles or mechanisms, knowledge products, more institutional arrangements or methodologies, things that would require some additional elaboration in terms of reflecting that, whether it's through decisions or through other avenues. And then we have a lot of ideas coming through about how you actually embed it within existing processes within the UNFCCC or outside as well. We've just had the presentation from Mariam around the relationship between just transitions and adaptation in the context of the global goal on adaptation, but there are obviously plenty of others in terms of, as you can see there on the right-hand side of the screen, in the adaptation context, whether it's in context of national adaptation plans, in the context of the financial mechanism. We heard quite a lot yesterday in the context of issues around things such as debt burden and fiscal space, improving access to finance. So how does that relationship sit in the context of outcomes and the relationship between here? And finally, in terms of technology, we heard yesterday as well in one of the breakout rooms, so what does that look like in terms of potential roles and structures to support that? So that's just to give a flavour, really reflecting back on what we've seen coming from all of you in the context of submissions, and an opportunity to really think about that in the context of the discussions that we're going to have in the breakout sessions following this. So thanks very much. And now I quickly put my moderator hat back on, Chair. and go back to the logistics of what we're now tasked to do in our next session. So we're going to move to the breakout group discussions, and these are going to focus on 3 topics that cover aspects that we've seen reflected in many interventions, as I've just been outlining, many interventions from parties in the first 2 dialogues, in the high-level ministerial roundtables last year and the year before that, as well as during the negotiations, both in Baku last year, as I've been explaining, but also prior to that. And in the chairs of the subsidiary bodies, in framing the agenda that we have before us over the last 2 days, really felt like it was timely and a really important opportunity to build into our agenda the chance to really have the space in this dialogue to start exploring the synergies that we've been hearing about from Camilla and from Mariam, and to elaborate in our breakout sessions, as well as the outcomes that I've just started to frame, to have the opportunity to think about this in some more depth, and to use the next session to really share your ideas and to have that reflected so that we can start to bring that forward in terms of the summary report that will come out of this dialogue and the further work that happens through the course of this year as we head to Belém. So the first topic that we'll explore today is how the Just Transition Work Programme can build on synergies within the UNFCCC process. And this session will be facilitated by my colleague, Mr. Chad Tugungombu from the Secretariat. The second topic will look at how the Just Transition Work Programme can explore synergies with initiatives outside the UNFCCC process, and this will be facilitated by Ms. Maria Noel Estrada from UNRSD. And the third topic will focus on identifying concrete and actionable outcomes for the Just Transition Work Programme, and this will be facilitated by my colleague to my right, Ms. Anna Vukoya from the Secretariat also. In line with the focus of this dialogue, we're considering all these topics in the context of adaptation and climate resilience. So we really look forward to thinking about it through that lens, that relationship, focusing on the adaptation, climate resilience aspects. So moving on to the logistical aspects of the breakout, this is very similar to how we did it yesterday, in terms of all 3 groups running in parallel to give you the opportunity to discuss the important topics in smaller groups than this plenary setting. Each of you have been assigned to one of 3 breakout groups, which were communicated in those emails that you've been receiving and were using yesterday. The groupings of the breakouts are the same groups as yesterday. We have a slight change in the rooms in the sense of we're here in plenary in meeting room 3 today. We were in plenary room 2 yesterday, but that's the only change in terms of the 3 rooms. So for those of you present in person, breakout group 1 will stay here in meeting room 3. Participants in breakout group 2 will move to meeting room 4, and those assigned to breakout group 3 will move to meeting room 5. Meeting room 5 was the one that was a bit trickier to find down the little corridor to my left, to your right as you're facing towards me. As with yesterday, the facilitators that I've mentioned will rotate between the rooms, and you will stay in your allocated room, and so then they'll rotate between the breaks, which will be about 10 minutes between each session to get us through the 3 sessions. And the facilitators will keep time and will inform you, as they did yesterday, about the program and run you through the session. There'll be a short coffee break between the second and the final rotation in the same place as yesterday. After the last round, after the 3 rounds, which will be, as I said, about 45 minutes each, we'll move back into this plenary room in meeting room 3, and that will be at 12:15. And again, we'll have a similar modality to yesterday, where there will be an opportunity to hear report backs from the 3 facilitators, and a short opportunity over the balance of that session for additional reflections from all of you to respond to the report backs and any other observations you'd like to make before the close of the session. And then following that, we'll have our final plenary session, which I'll come to once we're back here in plenary. So with that, I wish you all very constructive and creative discussions during the course of our morning, and look forward to hearing how it all goes when we're back here in plenary at 12:15. So thanks very much, and good luck over the next couple of hours. Thank you. Sorry, just one follow-up point. That the presentations that you've seen, they'll all be available on the event page for the third dialogue, so they will be available for everyone to have after the dialogue. Thanks.
Good morning, everyone. Distinguished delegates, observers, colleagues, so we will get started. Welcome to breakout group 1, and this is focusing on the topic building on synergies under UNFCCC process. Over the next 45 minutes, we will have an opportunity to address the guiding question which we will bring on the screen. But essentially, it is in the context of adaptation and the climate resilience, how can the Just Transition Work Program maximize synergies with relevant work streams under the UNFCCC process, maximizing benefits and avoiding duplication of efforts. It is my pleasure to facilitate this discussion for the next 45 minutes. Before we get started, allow me to mention a few housekeeping points. So when you take the floor, please begin with stating your name and the capacity in which you speak, whether that's a party representation or party group or observer organization, and this will help us to not only accurately capture the content of your interventions, but also attributes those correctly. Secondly, on the time, given the limited time, I invite you to keep your interventions clear and short as much as possible. This will help to ensure that everyone has an opportunity to contribute within our limited time. I also invite you to please speak slowly and clearly. This will help us to capture the content accurately and also be helpful for those who are joining remotely. Those who are joining us online, please use the raise hand function. So my colleague is monitoring the platform, and they will alert me when you're in the queue. So with that, since this is a dialogue, let's get started, and I hope we can surface some really practical ideas and examples of how the Just Transition Work Program can maximize the synergies. So with that, those in mind, the floor is open. Given the bright lights in the corners, it's a little bit difficult to see the nameplates, so if you have it up, please do take the mic and then we'll get started. Yes, please. I see. Is that Zimbabwe? Yes, please.
Thank you very much. From the question, I'd like to bring maybe the lessons from the mitigation work program in terms of what the UNFCCC process can do. I think there is a very good platform in terms of country exchange of best practices and learning across different sectors, so we can even have a sectoral approach in terms of how does just transition look like in the mitigation space, and then within energy, within industry, waste, and then we move on to adaptation. We then also say within agriculture, within forestry, and then we move on to water resources and food security. So I think it's a really good platform in terms of exchange of best practices among countries, and also in terms of countries submitting their needs for funding. Currently, under the Mitigation Work Program, we are working on the investment digital platform to link projects for funding together with mitigation actions from countries. But I'm bringing this from a just transition perspective in terms of lessons learned, where ILO in Zimbabwe has supported very good studies in terms of the benefits in the renewable energy sector versus the traditional sector, and then the creation of green jobs and the opportunities, and they've developed tools. So that linkage between partners and also creating a platform of what has worked or what can potentially work, and also even other UN agencies that are working with UNFCCC that can then also be able to pick country needs and then support them both at policy level as well as on the ground implementation level. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the intervention. We have an online Saudi Arabia, if you can hear us. Saudi Arabia, you have the floor from online, if you can hear the room. While our colleagues are coordinating with the online participant, if there are any other in the room, I see a flag. So we have two, if I can start, the gentleman with the flag. Alliance
of Small Island States.
Okay, please, and then I also see at the front, and you're in the queue. Thanks so much.
Good morning, everyone. So the question dictates answering in terms of synergies within the process and maximizing on the benefits and avoiding the duplications. And what is important is that we already have the mitigation work program. We have the KCI response measures and the work that the KCI does. And that work is really centered around determining or establishing the impacts on the workforce and looking at it from an kind of energy sort of perspective in terms of emissions. And what we see is that today in the presentation, the scene setting presentation, there has been some sort of links established under the GGA and the targets identified. So my contribution is simply that if we already have other work streams or work programs dealing with other aspects of the just transition in terms of the workforce, we want to make sure that in the just transition work program that we open up the avenue for discussions that where topics are not being dealt with, for example, adaptation and climate resilience. So whilst we do want to maximize on the benefits, we want to make sure that we support the Just Transition Work Program with those discussions that are not being held elsewhere. So we want to ensure that this space is fruitful and before we go to sort of maximizing synergies. But we want to also ensure that we don't repeat work that's already being done by the KCI in terms of response measures and the socioeconomic impacts of the transition, but we want to make sure that we also deal with that type of matters here. Thank you.
Thank you for the intervention. I think, yep, please take the floor. There's a button on top, but if our IT can help with the mic, thank you. Is someone?
Okay. All right. My name is Espen Ronneberg. I'm Senior Advisor with the Secretariat of the Pacific Community. Following on from my colleague from EOSIS, I agree that there's a strong need not to duplicate and rather to have things feed into this process that are already being done. And in looking at some of the things we've been discussing yesterday and in previous sessions, I mean, there are a number of existing processes that are dealing with some of these things. I mean, you have the Adaptation Committee doing its work. We've been talking here a bit about the social protection things insurance, etc., which I think that some of the working groups under the Warsaw International Mechanism are looking at. We've also talked about the need for financing, and of course the Standing Committee on Finance is charged with looking at those areas. So I would say that on paper we have at least the structures in place to carry out some of the work and feed it into this work program process. However, I'm concerned that maybe this is putting too much of a burden on already overworked work streams. Yes, we need to avoid duplication, but also we need to make sure that it's practical and that we can actually get results to have meaningful discussions on those reports in this process. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Online, we had Saudi Arabia. Our colleagues are trying to work out the technical challenges, so appreciate your patience. While we're waiting to have the technical challenge resolved, if there are any other flag raised. Yes, I see China, please.
Chair, yeah. I think this is a very important issue that we have found. I think firstly we should very much clear how much or how many topics are connecting to this topic, because we are from the mandate of the topic that would be very much broad. It is supporting the implementation of 2.1 of Paris Agreement. So that is very much broad, including mitigation, adaptation, and finance. So that is very much broad. And also, I think this topic is related with RM, response measure, very much, because we know that this topic is maybe apart from the RM. So we have huge duplication with RM or with RM, also with other topics. So I think first, we should identify how many we connecting to other topic. And the second, I think, very much important is define the boundary of each of the topics. So in order to, I just echo with other colleagues that to avoid duplication or task or workload of those topics. My third point that is we need to enhance the coordination among secretary, because a lot of agenda issues are decided or partly decided by the secretary. So the secretary, the coordination is very much important. But how could the secretary can do should become from the mandate from the parties. So the second one is very much important, how to define that is boundary of each of the topics. For example, for this adaptation, what is the task need to be belongs to that adaptation group they are doing, but which part of the adaptation belongs to the just transition? I think that is a question. And also another question is about the burden sharing with RM. We know RM has a lot of content related with just transition. And how would we distribute the workload among those two topics? I think that would be need to be further discussed. I thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for the very helpful intervention. We have Saudi Arabia. Let's give it a try. If you could hear us from the room.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes, loud and clear. Please go ahead.
Great. Yeah, thank you. Regarding the first questions, so the Just Transitions work program can maximize synergies with the UNFCCC relevant work streams on adaptation and climate resilience. This by emphasizing the national context of just transitions. It should serve as space that enable each party to identify and pursue its own nationally determined transition pathways without top-down measures, including as it's related to their adaptation and resilience. The Just Transition Work Program should be anchored in bottom-up approach, allowing countries to define what just transitions mean in their specific socioeconomic, development, environmental, and climate context. This would naturally complement ongoing work under the adaptation and resilience, including global goal on adaptation and national adaptation plans. To avoid duplication when addressing adaptation in the Just Transition Work Program discussions, we should avoid discussions on mitigation elements to ensure focus. In sum, the Just Transition Work Program's added value lies in creating space for parties to share experiences, needs, and priorities related to just transitions in the context of adaptation and resilience without creating a prescriptive outcome or overlapping with existing process. Thank you, Facilitator.
Thank you, Saudi Arabia. I have Switzerland online, and then next Ringo. First to Switzerland, please.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon or good morning, colleagues. And I'm really appreciating the intervention so far. So I fully agree with a lot that was said by previous speakers in the sense that we indeed see a lot of synergies between the various work programs and spaces that we have to discuss domestic challenges. In our view, the Mitigation Work Program and Just Transition Work Program and the Just Transition Work Program and KCI are very much two sides of the same coin. So we're discussing domestic challenges, domestic efforts, but from a slightly different perspective. So where, for example, under the Mitigation Work Program, we try to understand which are best practices, recommendations that countries can try to apply domestically, how do they work. In the Just Transition Work Program, we specifically look at the social component of those, namely the social acceptation of climate policies. And coming from Switzerland, where all our climate policies have to be supported by the population, and we have votes about all of our climate laws, we know how important social acceptation is. So in our view, this is a really important conversation that, in a way, I agree with others that it's artificial to de-link conversations on climate policies in general with the social and just transition component. But we appreciate having sufficient time to be able to dive into the aspects under the Just Transition Work Program. So I think looking to the future, we could think about how to maximize efficiencies, whether some of those discussions could be joined. I don't think there is value in trying to prescribe exactly what should be said where, but we see those as really two sides of the same coin. I agree with previous speakers who said we could look at where the Just Transition Work Program could add a particular value, and that could be in discussions that maybe we haven't had sufficient of. So, for example, looking at what are sectoral pathways domestically that are rooted in just transition, especially, for example, in the energy sector, that could be particularly interesting. Looking at, we've had very little discussions, for example, at what kind of policies can support phasing down of fossil fuel subsidies in a way that is carried by the population, that it allows for a just transition. That's one example where we see a real added value for the Just Transition Work Program. And in the field of adaptation, we've also really appreciated the discussions that we've had so far, looking at issues as how to avoid maladaptation from a just transition perspective, for example. So I'll stop there, but looking forward to continuing those discussions. Thank you.
Thank you, Switzerland. Next, I have Ringo in the room.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Greg Walker. I was a member of the Ringo Steering Committee for a decade, and I'm here on behalf of Mediators Beyond Borders International. When I think about synergies under the UNFCCC process, I think of the work of the Paris Committee on Capacity Building, which I've had the good fortune to observe since its inception. And as I think everyone here knows, that one of the things that the PCCB does now is coordinate the informal coordination group, of which there are 16 members. But the Just Transition Work Program is not yet a member of that group, and I hope it will be soon. I think that would be very important as you look at the list of the members of the ICG. I'll add to that one of the things I like that the ICG has done is produced 6 e-booklets, and these e-booklets are on adaptation, mitigation, technology. I could imagine an e-book would be very valuable on just transition, and that, again, could be a product that comes out of the work of the UAE work program on just transition. So I encourage you to think about getting involved with the ICG and considering developing an e-book on just transition. Thank you.
Thank you. We have what's this one? Germany next, please.
Thank you very much. Is that working? Yeah. Thank you very much. And I'm speaking for Germany, and of course, as a member of the EU, also for the 27 member states. Our overarching aspect here is that the mainstreaming of just transition-related considerations wherever appropriate and feasible across all negotiation items. And I can very much align with colleagues have already said on that this, of course, must ensure that no duplication of work or the workload, and also avoid the risk that we might have different outcomes in different rooms and processes. But it is also essential for us that the just transition aspects are considered across the board of the rooms and topics and processes. We are to identify gaps for the just transition, to cater for their closing in a complementary manner, and also being mindful of whom, by whom, and how the respective implementation can be ensured. And I think that we think that we might need the whole process for that. Examples considering adaptation would be, for example, the updated NAP technical guidelines already mentioned the importance of integrating just transition approaches into NAPs, addressing the needs of vulnerable populations, creating, maintaining jobs, fostering social dialogue, manage socioeconomic impacts of climate change, especially ensuring participation of all relevant stakeholders, especially vulnerable and marginalized groups, workers, women, local communities, indigenous people, youth, could go on. And ensure their participation when designing adaptation measures that protect livelihoods and promote social justice. The global goal on adaptation itself also formulates several targets with relevance to just transition related to inclusive planning approaches to social protection. And the work program on indicators is currently developing indicators to support tracking progress on these targets. That's also very relevant to be considered. Others is the Adaptation Committee, obviously, and the Least Developed Countries Expert Group. And going beyond adaptation, there are many processes the Just Transition Work Program should maximize synergies with. Follow-up on the GST1 is very important. Provide technical input for the GST2 in that basis and interconnected, and especially reinforcing the link with the Mitigation Work Program, as we already heard from others. The KCI has done a lot of work on just transition of the workforce and economic diversification that could be taken into account. Additional relevant processes and focuses on cross-cutting issues, especially including the UNFCCC gender approaches, the Lima Work Program, or the to be negotiated new gender action plan expected for COP30. In the Lima Work Program, we already have a link to just transition when it says that gender responsive implementation can enable parties to raise ambition as well enhance gender equality and just transition of the workforce and the creation of decent work. As for links to adaptation, the previous gender action plan also mentioned this regarding capacity building and mainstreaming gender, including reviewing NDC's NAPs or the NATCOMs. The Action for Climate Empowerment and spans 6 elements that can have different links to just transition and adaptation, including education, public awareness, public access to information, public participation, and international cooperations on these issues. And least not to mention the TAC and the CDCN, covering various aspects. And as I already mentioned, I think yesterday, the Local Communities and Indigenous Peoples Platform Resource Hub already gathers numerous publications, particularly on indigenous practices and adaptation, and we should consider them as well. And the SCF Forum 2023 focused on financing just transition, and we might look into if this could serve as a blueprint for other work streams. That is just an unexhaustive list, could go on, but I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Egypt next.
Well, thank you very much. Well, I would just like to echo my colleagues' concern with regard to the duplication, and let me agree that we should avoid as much as possible any duplication. As we have seen, the UNFCCC process is expanding tremendously, and we see a lot of areas that is being addressed in under so many work streams. So this is something that we should take in mind. For the Just Transition Work Program, yet we have seen so far since its establishment that it did provide a very important and adequate space for a lot of discussion that is not being addressed under a lot of the work, the other work streams. And basically these areas that was really rich in the discussion do relate to the implementation itself, and how we would provide the enabling environment for the implementation of different work streams, and basically our obligations and our commitments under the Paris Agreement. So we should try to emphasize on these areas. We should see how we can elevate it in a way that could provide more substantial outcomes, on how we can use this work program to strengthen our implementation in a global manner, not necessarily just focusing on the national level. And this is what we've been trying to call for under the work program. Many parties, especially developing parties, have been trying to showcase what could be beneficial for the global implementation of just transition. What would be the enabling environment necessarily that would be there, so that we would be able to advance, whether on mitigation, adaptation, or even better, put intact the financial mechanism that we have. Also, what we have seen so far that the Just Transition Work Program has been providing is also the synergies between the processes that we have under the UNFCCC and even the outside processes. And I can say that there's a lot of work that we see outside of the UNFCCC process that has advanced in the past few years with regard to the just transition notion in general, whether under the ILO or under the UN, different agencies that we see. Even we see initiatives that are coming from some other multilateral forums like the G20 and the BRICS and so forth. So I believe that our work program and the Just Transition Work Program could provide this opportunity to be the window to the outside initiatives that are there, and there are plenty of initiatives that are there, and could provide the linkages on how we can better address the global implementation for the enabling environment of the just transition for the UNFCCC parties, and in a facilitative manner, definitely, to compile and see how can all these initiatives come under the UNFCCC at the end. I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a representative of indigenous peoples. next, so please take the mic. In the room, right? Yeah.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. My name is Victor Sulenziga Bagat. I am nominated by the FWG of the Local Communities and Indigenous Peoples Platform. I would like to speak about the first topic, about the building synergies under the UNFCCC processes. So building synergies within UNFCCC requires holistic approach, which entails incorporating indigenous peoples and local communities' knowledge, perspectives, and right into UNFCCC decisions and actions, while also addressing potential conflicts and ensuring their participation in climate-related decision-making. This can be achieved through several strategies, including incorporating local narratives and perspectives, reassess how official climate and biodiversity goals resonate with indigenous perspective and social justice, ensure that indigenous people's rights, including free, prior, and informed consent, are upheld throughout the UNFCCC processes, invite representatives of indigenous organizations and communities to participate in technical workshops and meetings related to the UNFCCC processes, and recognizing their leadership's role in climate policy making. I would also like to mention the Baku work plan of the LCIPP, where we agreed on developing a draft ethic protocols to enhance participation of indigenous peoples and local communities in the UNFCCC processes throughout the year. That would foster national level climate action planning and implementation, including the development of policies and programs that increasingly reflect the values, worldviews, knowledge systems, and priorities of indigenous peoples and local knowledge. I would also like to see climate policies and initiatives that do not infringe upon indigenous lands and territories or violate their rights. To address this risk, we wanted to look at guidelines that will enhance participations of indigenous peoples and local communities. It's also important to develop robust and culturally sensitive monitoring and verification systems. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have WGC? Yeah, WGC Online. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Florida Di Ciommo on behalf of WGC speaking here. And just doing echo to our colleagues from the in local communities and indigenous peoples, we would like to highlight the needs that UNFCCC process will open the door as well to outside initiatives and to define some additional mechanism of participation more related with the climate assemblies, including we are working as well within the Action Climate Empowerment item about the participation, to enhancing the participation through a global people assemblies. We really think that this possibility can enhance the participation of grassroots communities and more we can make more in impactful results as well in the Just Transition program. We are, of course, we really justice is the tenet of justice are 3 or 5 depending on what are our approach, but we are really for an extensive approach. But one of them, 2 of them, one is the recognition, the other one is the procedural. And when we can enlarge the participation, the results could be better, especially in Just Transition, where and in this dialogue that is focused on adaptation, where the local indigenous knowledge is key for facing the challenge. Yesterday, we had very nice discussion as well in the group talking about the people and communities participation. And we need really to shift our approach from just a consultation or of the observers to a more deliberative involvement of observers. And this can happen through global people assemblies. So this is what we would like to say from the VGC. Of course, everything should be done with a gender and intersectional approach, considering all the vulnerabilized groups that we have around the world. Thank you very much.
And thank you, GCA, for the intervention. Next, we have Samoa. We have about 5 minutes, so if there are any other flags, please do take the time. But first, go to Samoa. Thanks.
Thank you, Secretary. Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to share a few reflections. And on the question on how the Just Transition Work Program can maximize synergies with relevant work streams under the UNFCCC process, I would like to begin by echoing and supporting some of the points that have already been made by OASIS colleagues as well as our colleagues from SPC. However, I believe it's crucial that we take a strategic approach. Specifically, we need to map and aligning existing work streams to ensure coherence and avoid duplication, as others have mentioned. For example, under the Mitigation Work Program, we are working on identifying actionable solutions related to renewable energy and in energy efficiency, infrastructure, and investment specifically. And in that context, Just Transition Work Program could focus more explicitly on the social and environmental dimensions of these transitions, ensuring that justice and equity are not sidelined, but are central to implementation, and given some thoughts that we have discussed previously on the importance of our communities. At the same time, the goal is to embed them meaningful where they can add value and drive systematic change in the process. Secondly, as we move towards the development of our NDCs 3.0, it is essential that Just Transition principles are integrated in both our NDCs, climate resilience, national adaptation plans, and so forth. And this has been rightly emphasized by most or others in the room. And I would like to add more that we need to take further steps in providing clear guidance on how we go about in aligning so that we do not overwork or dilute most messages in the work streams. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other flags in the room? Yes, Columbia, you have the room, please.
Thank you so much for giving me the floor, Mr. Facilitator. My name is Ana Rivero from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Colombia. For Colombia, Just Transition it should be included across all sectors and thematic areas in the UNFCCC, including adaptation, mitigation, and finance in the climate action. The multidimensional nature of the transition implies recognizing not only the energy and labor dimensions, but also the socioeconomic, gender-related, and other dimensions as suggested in Element B of the Decision 3 CMA5 of the UAE Just Transition Program. The program must include as well and reflects the outcomes of the GST and being a basis for the preparation of the GST2. We need to address the social and economic dimensions of climate actions in a basis of inclusiveness, multi-stakeholder approach, including civil society, indigenous peoples and local communities, and the sectorial representative from the areas that we are including in this conversation, labor, health-related actors that have also a lot to say in this conversation. We also agree that the gaps between the different work streams should be revised further, and in order to avoid duplication, as other colleagues were mentioning, and the need to have like inter-sectorial approach, including también the dimension of risk management that is crucial for this conversation as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Colombia. So we are at time, so we will shift to the next room, but those who wish to stay here, as mentioned in the opening, the facilitators will rotate, but you remain in the room. So it's been a pleasure. Thank you very much for the rich exchange.
¿no? Good morning, yes. Good morning, everyone. We will start now. Thank you for being here. I'm Noni Estrada from the United Nations Research Institute for Social Development, and it's an honor to facilitate this working group now. As you may know, this session is dedicated to building on synergies outside the UNFCCC process, and it's a theme that opens a space to explore how just transition pathways are being shaped from different entry points, community responses, local governance, South-South, and cross-sector partnerships, and more, of course. So this dialogue invites us to step outside institutional silos and explore how how this adaptation and just transitions are being advanced on the ground across systems and beyond the formal negotiation tracks. And the question, as I think is there, is that in the context of adaptation and climate resilience, how can the Just Transition Working Program, including through its dialogues, explore synergies with initiatives outside the UNFCCC process, avoiding duplications and including all relevant voices? We will go like the dynamic is being held through short contributions, and please feel free to share what you think could be relevant from your setting, your practice, and your institutional experience. As Camila said us before starting in the previous session, the work of building just transitions doesn't start from scratch, and it builds from many actors that have been doing this for years, outside sometimes the main negotiation space. So here we are to listen you all. Please feel free to share your thoughts. Okay. Egypt, you may start, please.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you for the guiding questions that you have provided to us for this work group. And building on the presentations that we've seen this morning, we agree that there are a lot of the potential with regard to synergies between the UNFCCC and the outside world. And as you have mentioned in your introductory remarks before my intervention, that there is plenty of work that is being done outside of the UNFCCC when it comes to just transition. And we have noticed this under our work program, and we believe that our work program and our dialogue so far has provided a very good opportunity for parties to engage and have this lens on the outside world and the linkages and the synergies that could be possible with the UNFCCC process on that regard. So I believe that we should continue working on that, and I had an earlier intervention in the first breakout group also emphasizing that there is a possibility on institutionalizing this kind of process under the Just Transition Work Program, having maybe an expert group under the Just Transition Work Program, which can provide the necessary studies for the outside work that is being done under so many UN agencies, and can provide it for parties to take it in consideration and see like how much they can synergize with their work, so with the aim basically to avoid duplications and to rely also on the experience and the expertise of these international agencies. When it comes to the ILO, for an example, they have the expertise and the sufficient knowledge when it comes to the transition to the workforce. This could provide a lot of important inputs for parties to take into considerations while they deliver on decisions under the UNFCCC process. Also, we have seen many work done on so many levels, even under the WHO recently. There has been a lot of work, and which could be also linked to the just transition in the context of adaptation as well. There's plenty of work, and we see an opportunity under our work program to have this kind of an expert group that can collect and synergize all these valuable inputs that could be coming out from different UN agencies, and provide this in a systematic manner for parties to take into consideration in their future work. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Egypt. You see here? Okay, you have the floor.
Sorry, I couldn't find, apologies, I couldn't find the flag earlier. My name is Espen Ronneberg, a senior advisor with the Secretariat of the Pacific Community, but a technical advisor on the Palau delegation for this meeting. So I was reflecting on this during the presentations and also during the discussions yesterday about how, for example, regional processes might be able to contribute or learn from the Just Transition Work Program. And we do have in the Pacific a number of processes that are of relevance to this, both on the mitigation side, but since we're discussing adaptation, for example, we have the Framework for Resilient Development in the Pacific, which was a sort of a government, NGO, academia, international and regional organizations getting together to discuss various climate change and disaster risk issues and how they impact on different aspects of society. We have under that, for example, a working group on human mobility, which of course interacts in some way with the Just Transition work. If you consider people having to be displaced because of climate change and the employment that they will lose and what happens to them when they move to into a new space. So we do have these regional processes that I think can contribute, but what I'm not so clear about is how the international level JTWP can contribute back to, say, regional processes, how that cycle, as we saw in a presentation this morning, how that sort of cyclical relationship can actually be made to work. I can clearly see how we can contribute from the bottom up into the process, but I'm not so sure if we as yet have the mechanism for the Just Transition Work Program to actually contribute back into that. So this idea of some expert group or something might be a way of, might be something that's worth further considering. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will listen now to Colombia.
Thank you, Madam Facilitator. Colombia would like to highlight the importance of integrating discussions on ecosystem and biodiversity conservation into Just Transition. Beyond the energy transition mentioned in paragraph 28, sectors such as agriculture, land use, marine ecosystem, forest conservation play a fundamental role in climate change mitigation. It is imperative to accelerate efforts to halt and reverse deforestation and ecosystem degradation while promoting sustainable livelihoods and building local capabilities through education and innovative financing. The preservation and restoration of ecosystems is also aligned with the goals of the Kunming-Montreal Agreement, which emphasizes biodiversity protection as a key pillar for achieving climate goals and fostering sustainable development. Our country reaffirms its commitment to united climate action and biodiversity conservation. As the host country of the COP16 on biodiversity, Colombia has promoted the principle of peace with nature, a vision that advocates for a harmonious relationship in which human activities do not cause irreversible damage to ecosystems. This principle is essential for a just transition, recognizing that biodiversity plays a critical role in climate resilience and also offers viable economic alternatives such as ecotourism, bioeconomy, and sustainable agroforestry. So biodiversity is not only a shield against climate change, it's a source of economic transformation and an opportunity for rural communities. So in line with the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, Colombia emphasizes the urgency of restoring degraded ecosystems and protecting terrestrial and marine areas to ensure that ecosystems continue to act as carbon sinks and biodiversity hubs, while also creating inclusive and sustainable economic opportunities for the local communities. Colombia positions itself as a global advocate for just transition, not that only combats climate change, but also preserve biodiversity, advancing both environmental sustainability and economic resilience for future generations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Colombia. Now we are giving the floor to Tunga, trade unions, no? Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Bert de Wel, the focal point for Tungo, trade union NGOs.
Okay.
I just would like to make two general comments. First, I would like to point to the risk that we have that the concept of just transition and then its just transition work program becomes the victim of the success of the concept. Everybody likes just transition. Everybody wants to link his or her work with just transition. And if we link it with everything, we end up with nothing. And we are now focusing, going to SB and then to COP, on implementation. And we have to focus our work on how to implement our just transition policies. And there is like two things that I would like to say. So we cannot continue to add links to all the processes that are happening, and at the same time we miss opportunities where there is already very good work being done inside many institutions that directly link to the core business of just transition, and that we risk to repeat our work. So we have the Article 2 discussion on the scope, full stop, let's implement it. And we know what it's in the just transition, where we have to talk about. For example, the one thing that I specifically would like to mention is the whole toolbox of social protection, social rights that exists at the ILO. It has been presented this morning in one of the kickoff presentations. There is a whole legal infrastructure at the International Labour Organization where all the parties have committed to. All the parties sit at the table and they implement through social dialogue, stakeholder consultation, policies that have impact on workers and families and communities. This is ready to take from the shelf and integrate in just transition work program things. So I would like to stress that we build on these core function, core business elements of the Just Transition Work Program and take up the work that's being done already and where countries already have obligations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are giving the floor now to Germany.
Thank you very much, and also thanks to the previous speaker. And we agree a lot with the approach that we need some practical outcomes and that we need some implementable outcomes from the Just Transition Work Program rather sooner than later. But that means it needs to be based on thorough work that has been done also in other relevant spheres and areas. To not, and I said that before, to not try to invent something that has been done before, but to actually find out, define synergies and potential action that can come out of that for this process and out of the Just Transition Work Program. And so it is relevant to consider relevant initiatives outside the UNFCCC. And we already did this in a good manner, but not necessarily to the decisions and outcomes that we needed to be taken. And I just mentioned some of them. That would be the ILO, to extensively look on matters related to just transitions first and foremost of the workforce. The ILO guidelines for just transition towards environmentally sustainable economies and societies for all, for example, could be a valuable basis for more comprehensive cross-sectoral voluntary principles or recommendations. There's the UN Global Accelerator on Jobs and Social Protection for Just Transitions. There are several G20 approaches, or have been approaches, to just transition first and foremost from an energy angle, for example, in the Energy Transition Working Group. In 2024, the G20 endorsed principles for just and inclusive energy transitions. In 25, foresees various elements related to just transitions, such as G20 action for affordable and inclusive energy inclusive transitions, socioeconomic safeguards for coal-dependent regions, roadmap and action plan for sustainable energy industrialization hubs, roadmap and action plan for local society and social compacting. And the G20 Task Force on Mobilization Against Climate Change developed also a framework for transition planning and country platforms, which could be further built upon. And under the South African G20 presidency, further work on country platforms is foreseen in the context of the IFA working group. And that is essential because this is an essential ongoing process. And if we want to have substantial outcomes coming out of this process, we have to continue considering work that is done under very important other international fora. Could mention the IEA, Global Observatory on People-Centered Clean Energy Transitions, recommendations of the Global Commission on People-Centered Clean Energy Transitions, in addition to the G20 principles. Look into the work of the Just Transition Energy Partnerships and how they are evolving, especially with a view on boosting the implementation of a just energy transition and putting local ownership in alignment with the respective NDCs at the very center of it. The NDC partnership has valuable insights into just transition elements and how to implement them in the NDCs. We have the ARENA collaborative framework on just and inclusive energy transitions. And with relation to finance, MDBs also already have agreed to develop a set of high-level principles to help guide MDB support for a just transition and to ensure consistency, credibility, and transparency in their effort. And these principles might be used for further guidance of related work within and outside the UNFCCC. The World Bank has a Just Transition for All initiative, and there's the World Bank's Just Transition taxonomy further. And it is, as I said before, essential that we take that on board because these are ongoing processes and we can very, very much build on the experience that is coming from there and trying not to do something that is done elsewhere in a different way. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Germany. Now we are giving the floor to AOSIS. Where is it? Ah, here, okay.
Good morning, everyone again. Carlon Mendoza, advisor to AOSIS. Just two simple points and basically going off of what was just indicated by Tungo in terms of there's a saying in the Caribbean, too many hands spoil the pot, meaning if you know you put everything into something, then you get nothing. And we fully agree with that statement. And one of the tangible recommendations in terms of initiatives outside of the process is that first there should be a mapping exercise of existing adaptation efforts beyond the UNFCCC process to identify the said overlaps and gaps so that we are not discussing the same thing or trying to work on the same projects or principles that are already being done outside. So if there is some sort of live toolkit or mapping mechanism that indicates these adaptation works in relation to just transition that are happening. We saw an example this morning from the ILO that many of us would have been new to, well, now hearing for the first time, if we have some sort of facility or program that indicates those existing activities in line with adaptation. Of course, that's what we're speaking about. That would be helpful. And the second point, in terms of establishing formal collaborations, again in the context of adaptation and climate resilience, we have the Sendai Framework on Disaster and the UNDRR office, who may very well be doing work in just transition and climate resilience. And there can be some exploration of a formal connection or collaboration with the Just Transition Work Program and those other entities in relation to climate resilience and adaptation. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Okay, we are now going online with Saudi Arabia.
Thank you, Facilitator. Regarding building on a synergy outside of the UNFCCC process, this program, including its dialogue, can explore synergy outside of the UNFCCC without compromising the integrity of the UNFCCC process, by ensuring that all discussions remain rooted in the nationally determined context of the just transitions. Engagement with the external initiatives should be limited to knowledge exchange, particularly as it's related to domestic challenges and implementation perspective. The Just Transition Work Program should not be shaped or driven by external actors or frameworks. Instead, it should prioritize engagement with each party to reflect the diversity of national just transition pathways and the challenges each party faces in advancing adaptation and resilience. This may benefit from the domestic perspective of parties. The dialogues can help surface these differences and provide space for parties to share how just transitions are implemented in their own context. This reinforces the bottom-up, party-driven nature of the work program and avoid any attempt to impose a top-down external influence narrative at the UNFCCC level. In doing so, the Just Transition Work Program will remain focused, relevant, and responsive to the needs of parties, supporting their national-led effort without duplicating existing work programs or any work outside of the UNFCCC, and avoiding allowing outside agenda to shape the outcome under the convention. This is basically it. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Saudi Arabia. We don't have... Oh, there. Yes, we will give the floor to Ringo.
Thank you very much, Chair and colleagues. My name is Greg Walker, and I'm here with the organization Mediators Beyond Borders, but I've been a university professor for more years than I care to count. I certainly would, at the risk of being repetitive with some of the other speakers, I would certainly encourage the work program to continue to make connections with universities. I can say this as a university professor. I have students who want to get engaged. We have facilities to host dialogues, to do stakeholder engagement. We have people who know social media and can do outreach. And as an aside, I've been working with small communities throughout the western United States on forest management issues. And I've been introducing to them the concept of just transition and the concept of locally led adaptation. I don't mention the United Nations, and I wish I could. But I think in just transition as well as locally led adaptation, there's an awareness in local communities that deal with wildfire risks, that deal with drought, that deal with changing economies, that just transition is an issue that they can understand, relate to, and contribute their local knowledge to discussions and actions about just transition to maintain livelihoods in their own communities. Universities can play a role in that, whether it's the Least Developed Countries Coalition that's run out of Bangladesh, or Second Nature, which is run out of the US. There are so many different organizations that have emerged around universities internationally and in country that I think could be great partners with this effort. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ringo. Do we have, how many minutes we have left? Oh, we have IPLC. Okay, we give the floor to IPLC. We still have 10 more minutes.
Hi. Okay. Para muchas comunidades, incluidos los pueblos indígenas, vivimos básicamente conectados con nuestro entorno y nos relacionamos con el entendimiento de que nuestra vida diaria y nuestras actividades afectan a los demás, y siempre trabajamos colectivamente para lograr nuestras visiones y planes. La interconexión, interseccionalidad o dimensión multinivel, como otros pueden llamarla, requiere una mentalidad intencional y acciones para tomar decisiones a partir de varios procesos, dentro y fuera de la convención, trabajando para todos. Desde nuestra perspectiva, nos gustaría ver que el desarrollo de planes y acciones climáticas sea integral, estratégico y esté conectado a varios procesos. Un ejemplo sería el desarrollo de los PNA, que este puede ser un punto de entrada para crear sinergias al incorporar consideraciones sobre la biodiversidad y la degradación de la tierra en la planificación de la adaptación climática. Por otro lado, sí tenemos que desarrollar nuestras estrategias y planes de acción nacionales sobre biodiversidad. Estos planes pueden alinearse con los esfuerzos de adaptación y mitigación climática para garantizar un enfoque holístico de la gestión ambiental. La implementación de prácticas de gestión forestal sostenible pueden contribuir tanto a la mitigación del cambio climático, secuestro de carbono o como la conversión de la biodiversidad. Gracias.
Muchas gracias. Now we are giving the floor to China.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I just echo the presentation made by Egypt colleague. And I think this is a cross-cutting issue for JT. A lot of organizations has done quite a lot of job for JT. We should note it and take into consideration. For example, for today, the ILO colleague has shared a lot of reports they have released or going to release. This is very much important information for us. And I think we should have, but that doesn't mean we do not need to do any things for under the UNFCCC track. But on the other side, we should collecting those of effort in other track or in other organizations. So my suggestion is we can set up some kind of platform or working mechanism which can gathering all the input from other organizations have done that facilitate that we have done the work under the UNFCCC. So that is very much important. We can have some set up some expert group under the UNFCCC, and also we can have set up. I know some of the colleagues, some of the country has submitted their views on to setting some kind of working mechanism under UNFCCC. I think this is a very, very much useful submissions. And I do view there's some kind of submissions like a framework from AGN. And I think those submissions are very good suggestions that to set up some kind of working mechanism which can facilitate us can gathering all the works have been done in other tracks and to facilitate we doing concrete actions under the UNFCCC. I thank you, Ms. Chair.
Thank you very much, China. Do we have anything? So we are finishing now, and we invite you to the coffee break until 11:25. Okay, enjoy, and thank you for your participation.
Good morning, colleagues. Thank you very much for joining us in breakout group 1. This is the third rotation, so welcome to topic 3, identifying concrete and actionable outcomes for the Just Transition Work Program in the context of adaptation and climate resilience. As mentioned in the introduction by the Secretariat, we have kept the question very, very open and broad, so it is simply what could be some concrete and actionable outcomes of the Just Transition Work Program in the context of adaptation and climate resilience. In the framing presentation provided by the Secretariat, you've seen some of the proposals that have started to come in, both during the negotiations in Baku, but also before, but also through the submissions that also many of the parties that we see here with us in the room have submitted during the 2 calls for submission earlier this year. So that said, the floor is open for you here in the room with us, as well as for colleagues online to share your views and your proposals, so please. It is always difficult to be the one breaking the ice, especially after the coffee break, but I see that Egypt is being brave, so thank you, Egypt, you have the floor.
Well, thank you very much. Well, first, let me start by thanking the Secretariat for the tremendous work that you have done with regard to compiling all the submissions provided by the parties during the past sessions, and even capturing a lot of the ideas that have been discussed during COP29 or the previous SB sessions. It's a very valuable work, and I would like to congratulate you on that. I believe it's now up to the parties to try to see how they can make best use of all the valuable inputs that we have. And I believe that under the work program over the past 2 years, we've been able to discuss a lot of ideas on how to strengthen the work program and its outcomes with relevance to the implementation, and how we could strengthen the implementation of the Paris Agreement in general, and or how to address the elements of Decision 3CMA5, which outlined the scope of the Just Transition Work Program. So I believe this is a very good starting point. We should leverage this moment on focusing more on the outcomes that we would expect from the work program in general, and in particular for the purpose of our dialogue this time on adaptation. We should also try to see how an outcome that would be delivered at COP30 would be addressing the adaptation and resilience component of the Just Transition, beside the other components that we have been discussing in the previous sessions. So basically, this is just like the main remarks I wanted to start with. specifically on how we could see like tangible outcomes coming out from the work program. It starts with a decision. I mean, unfortunately, we couldn't deliver a decision at COP29, and we are all aspiration that we will be able to deliver a decision at COP30, and it starts with the next SB session, SB 62. We would be engaging with I believe, I mean, this opportunity, I mean, this dialogue and the spirit that we have right now would encourage us to engage in a very optimistic way to try to deliver conclusions at SB 62. We have, as you have mentioned earlier this morning in your presentation, we have plenty of inputs. So that would require a lot of like hard working from our side to try to consolidate all the inputs into a decision. Many of the ideas that has been shown in the submissions with regard to the question of how we would be concluding or how we would be reviewing the work program is also relevant. And this is something that we should discuss more on how the work program will be delivering in a comprehensive manner, not necessarily just the decision of COP30, but rather at COP31. So all this ideas should be discussed thoroughly, and we hope that we can come up with very progressive, I mean, ideas on how to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Egypt. Now I recognize Germany next. Germany, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. As we are here also, we're in particular discussing the outcome of the Just Transition Work Program.
Apologies. If you can just maybe come closer to the mic.
Does that work? Ah. Is that better?
Yeah.
Thank you. It feels much more comfortable as well. So thanks. And since we're here now, specifically also talking about the outcome of the Just Transition Work Program at COP30, may I also again underline that I'm speaking on behalf of the EU and its 27 member states. And we can align very much with what our colleague from Egypt just said. We should come to a substantial decision for COP30, and we have to start that work at the SBs in a very constructive and an open manner, because it is true there is so much on the table to digest. We have so many recommendations, we have so much input, and this speaks to the decision of this on these dialogues. And as we unfortunately didn't have a decision last year, but we also had very rich inputs, it also speaks to trying to encompass at least what we had in the dialogues so far and the added value we created in that. And to be a bit more specific, this of course also speaks to actionable solutions that can, with regard to just transition, we need to, as this is the, how do you say, one of the core signals the COP can deliver is recommendations, how action can be taken rather than take action. But and we had that in the session before. We have so much parallel processes inside and outside the UNFCCC that needs to be considered to come up with recommendations on a just transition as an ongoing process, because we will not solve this problem at COP30, but we should contribute the best that we can. And this includes, of course, high-level political messages on the importance of considering just transitions and just transition aspects in the transition to net zero and climate neutral economies, and especially also on climate resilient societies. Specific messages and findings coming out of the dialogues that give directions to parties and non-party stakeholders, including private sector, to design and implement climate policies, plans, strategies, actions towards climate-neutral resilient societies, and align with GST outcomes and 1.5 pathways. And as I said, take on board previous informal dialogues because they have already outcomes because they've already led to exchange of many best practices. From the summary reports of these constructive sessions, the work program should derive more operational recommendations that support parties in the elaborating and updating of their NDCs, NAPs, and long-term strategies, and especially include the engagement of non-party stakeholders and give them more more say or more relevance, more reflection also in our process and vice versa, especially for designing climate plans, strategies and actions, not just NDCs, NAPs and LTLEDs as we are responsible for, but transition this to the private sector where climate plans are done on many levels. And that would be the best outcome, I think, if we could have recommendations on that and if we could align our views on how to best implement just transitions in regions on every level. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next on my list, I have EOSIS.
Good morning again. Carlon Mendoza, advisor for EOSIS. Answering the question, specifically the concrete and actionable outcomes, and obviously bearing in mind that the Just Transition Work Program is up for review in 2026. So it's the optimism that work can continue and that these suggestions or recommendations wouldn't be the full stop on it because the transition is a live activity. So from EOSIS, and of course this is a non-exhaustive list, we would like to see some, whatever we decide to frame it or term it, the terminology is, the nomenclature is not important at this moment in terms of what you call a framework, a mechanism, or some sort of guiding principles or anything. But we want to see something tangible which further discusses or explores the following topics, and as I said, non-exhaustive, in terms of the exploration of international best practices and principles for just transition applicable to the varying national contexts and priorities. And coming off of what Germany just said, in terms of the development of climate plans and policies beyond NDCs, LT, LEDs, and NAPs, we want to see the inclusion of just transition principles there. We want to see work being done on the transition of sectors beyond energy, such as agriculture, fisheries, and tourism, sectors that are important within small island developing states. We also want to have further discussions or work in relation to the improvement of social inclusion and social protection policies for those most affected by NDC implementation and other climate policies and measures. So we're now looking at the socioeconomic impact and work exploring those activities. And I'll leave it at that because, as I said, it's a non-exhaustive list, but those are just some of the concrete and actionable outcomes we'd like to see, and agree with Egypt and Germany that there must be a decision at COP30 this year. Thanks.
Thank you very much, EOSIS. Next on my list, I have Palau and then Colombia. But Palau, maybe if you can just take the mic and sit down, because I think we're having a bit of difficulty hearing people when they're standing up. And I kindly ask our local staff to help us with rotating the mics around the room, because that's a bit better as a modality. But Palau, please, you have the floor now.
Okay, my name is Espen Ronneberg, a senior advisor with the Secretariat of the Pacific Community and a technical advisor with the Palau delegation here at this meeting. So as a technical advisor, I'm not going to respond to what is really a little bit of a political question, but rather from a perspective of how it might assist us in our work, working in the region. So clearly a decision outcome at COP30 would be beneficial for that, so we have more clarity and direction. And some of the thing, fully supporting of the statement by EOSIS just now about social inclusion and all the other matters that he raised. But really, an important element for us would be for a COP30 decision to have clear guidance to those in a position to provide technical and financial assistance to the small island states on the sort of just transition priorities that have already been communicated and that will be communicated. We're working with our members on looking at how just transition issues can be included in various plans that are currently under revisions. So NDCs are being finalized as we speak, and some countries have looked at having just transition included there. But the key point for us then is to how can we actually implement this in the region. And I also take the point that was raised by some others in the course of this workshop around environmental social protection programs or schemes that might be needed to be developed, which is a little bit beyond climate change alone, but clearly is something that we need to consider. So working back from having a COP decision, then from this meeting we need to have some clear guidance to parties as to what could potentially be included in such a decision at COP30, and that's when we rely on the Secretariat to help us crystallize out what have been the key points here, so that the parties can then bring that into a decision framework for COP30. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next we have Colombia. If we can just please get them the microphone. And after Colombia we have 2 online speakers, Saudi Arabia and Switzerland, before coming back to the room.
Thank you, facilitator, and hi everyone. My name is Andres Arevalo from the Ministry of Environment and Sustainable Development of Colombia. First of all, Colombia would like to express its sincerely appreciation for the insightful discussion held over these past 2 days. This exchange has provided valuable perspectives that contribute to shaping a comprehensive and inclusive approach to the Just Transition Work Program. In that spirit, we would like to add a perspective to highlight the importance of addressing climate vulnerabilities in productive systems and territorial contexts as a core element of adaptation within Just Transition. Colombia considers that the adaptation dimension of Just Transition must focus on the specific vulnerabilities of territories and sectors exposed to this rise arising from shifting climate patterns. In this regard, it is essential to incorporate a climate vulnerability perspective in assessment of productive systems. We recognize the interconnection between human rights and differential access to essential services, particularly energy, both energy and agriculture, as fundamental to territory development and play a key role in the resilience of basic rights, such as the right to health and adequate food. The Just Transition Work Program should guide parties towards developing robust climate risk assessment to guarantee clear policies signals at national level. This assessment should have identified vulnerabilities across value chains and support the construction of adaptive pathways to ensure the delivery of essential service to all territories. Furthermore, we stress the importance of integrating a territorial lens in vulnerability assessment to enable the alignment of climate action with finance instruments and mechanisms aimed to reducing territorial vulnerabilities, particularly those that intersect with the fulfillment of human rights. We endorse the commitment from other parties regarding the need for a decision in just transition in the COP13. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Colombia. Next on my list, Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia, please.
Concrete and actionable outcome of the Just Transition Work Program in the context of adaptation and climate resilience should focus on enabling and supporting parties in advancing their nationally determined just transition pathways as it relates to adaptation action rather than defining universal models or prescriptive outcomes. The Just Transition Work Program can add real value by serving as a platform for sharing experiences, challenges, and lessons learned from different national contexts. To support enablement, the Just Transition Work Program discussions can serve as a space to identify current barriers for developing countries to achieve their just transitions and adaptation. As it relates to implementation and access to finance, capacity building, and technologies. Also exchange between countries as it relates to social and economic dimensions related to just transitions, and specifically in adaptation and their national adaptation plans and nationally determined contributions, ensuring alignment between adaptation efforts and social protection needs. Thank you. Thank you, Facilitator.
Thank you. Next on my list, Switzerland.
Thank you very much. And like previous speakers, Switzerland really hopes to see a strong decision on the Just Transition Work Program as a result of COP30. We think this would be a very positive signal, and we understand that just transitions is one of the outcomes that COP30 will also feature as a key outcome. So we look forward to working constructively with all of you towards the results in Belém. So Switzerland supports the development of concrete recommendations and best practices for integrating just transition approaches into climate policies, both on mitigation and adaptation. So we believe that, for example, the decision could feature a menu of possible actions or a toolbox that promote climate policies rooted in the just transition at the domestic level. The decision could look at how to make climate policies socially acceptable and just so that they can garner societal support. And this is particularly important in the context of preparing and implementing NDCs and NAPs, as other speakers have said before me. We also see the value of the Just Transition Work Program in helping disseminate best practices and learning from each other. So if there's ways that the decision can also look into collaborative approaches and new ways of working together, that would be very much appreciated. We also believe that the discussions on adaptation in the context of a just transition can help prevent maladaptation and make adaptation policies more effective and acceptable to the population. The outcome could look at how to make adaptation measures deliver, especially to the most vulnerable populations. And innovative mechanisms, including the role of the private sector, namely insurance schemes, could also be highlighted. One important outcome of the Just Transition Work Program could be to offer policymakers and private actors concrete guidance on how to design transition processes that are fair, inclusive, looking in particular at environmental integrity and based on human rights and gender transformative approaches. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Switzerland. Next on my list is China. China, please, you have the floor.
Yeah, that's work. Thank you, Chair. I starting to support the intervention made by Egypt and as well as EOSIS. And I think we have failed in last session in Baku, but we cannot accept we failed again in COP30. This is a topic that is newly established, that is sure are all the interests of the parties for this topic. And we are negotiators, and we need to do concrete actions for this topic. We are not talking here. But since we have established for this topic, we have 2 years, but more and more we are more confused with the future of this topic, where we are moving forward. And we're moving forward in a forum setting for this topic in the future, or we are moving for something like a action-oriented a topic. So this is make us very much confused. But we need to be clear with the future. So I think our negotiation should be surrounded that the central goal of this topic while we are going forward. And if we wish to go into a talking show or something like a forum, so that would be much easier for us. But if we want to do something, take some concrete actions, we need to focus on how to facilitate us to do actions and what actions we going to take place in the future and where we're going to take place. So that would be the central goal of this topic. So, but from my delegation point of view, we are going to the action-oriented negotiation. So we need to take actions. Because we are in the world of a transforming age, every country, including developed country and developing country, every one of us are done transition in your domestic countries. Also, everyone wish to have a just transition. This is something we have consensus in this room in 2 years ago. We need to take actions. So everything needs to be surrounded with how to realize actions. So I have noticed that some of the nations have a submission to set up some kind of working mechanism. This is from LDC countries. So this is from my delegation point of view, we are supportive for this. And we also loaded some submissions from AGN that is for working framework. And I think we are also supported for this. Also, I think for the very clear future work, we need to have some kind of work plan. And this was also being mentioned a lot of time from AGN proposals, so that will make us very much clearly with the incoming years what we are going to do and what kind of form for further negotiation. So that will be something will make us very clearly about how about our future and what is the directions. We are very much supportive for those kind of things and hope we can have achieved some kind of a decent text in this end of this year, and that could show very clearly way that we can moving forward. And we also very much supportive for some of the ideas to set up the expert group. I think this will be very much useful because since now I think there's a huge divergence of views about definition about just transition and what should be included, what content should be included in this topic. So I think if there's an expert group under this topic, that would be very much helpful to help us to understand what we are going to do and in what kind of way we can going to do. So that is, I think those kind of things are very much helpful to facilitate our future works. And I think our ultimate goal is to make just transition happen or implemented all around the world. So this is the central goal task of this topic. So we need to facilitate we need to think about how to facilitate the implementation of just transition happen all around the world. I thank you, Ms. Chair.
Thank you, China. Next on my list, I have Ringo. Ringo, please, you have the floor. And somebody will bring your mic.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair. I would like to begin. I'm Greg Walker from Ringo and Mediators Beyond Borders and Oregon State University and all sorts of things. But I'm also with the International Environmental Communication Association, so interests are related to a number of issues. I want to draw attention to something that Ms. Romans said in a slide, or put it on a slide in one of the morning presentations. And you may remember the slide. It was focusing on just transition and adaptation, limitations and gaps. And you might remember that on that slide there were a couple of things that stood out for me. One is the first point, understanding and knowledge of relevant just transition and adaptation aspects, still very nascent and scattered. And the other was the gaps in social dialogue and stakeholder engagement. And with those ideas in mind, I will impose upon you two questions. One is, by show of hands, how many of us are asked from time to time to give a talk to some group about climate change generally, or about just transition more specifically? How many of us are asked to give it? A few of us are asked to give talks. That talk could be at a university, could be at a community, might be a church group, could be at some kind of an environmental event. Okay, number of you. Now let me ask a second question, and again, my apologies, I'm imposing a bit. How many of us are familiar with the Climate Reality Project? We have a little bit. That's a project that, in fact, was founded by former U.S. Vice President Al Gore a number of years ago. The reason why I say that is that I get asked a lot to give talks, and have been giving talks on university campuses as we've come out of COVID, about just transition. And I'm also a member of the Climate Reality Leadership Corps, and in that role I give a lot of talks on Zoom, on Microsoft Teams, and in person. And it strikes me that this is an area, an actionable area, that the work program could consider to provide resources for people who can go out into their communities and give presentations on just transition. And as I mentioned in an earlier comment, in an earlier session, as I've been doing that with community groups, including in very conservative areas, as well as on university campuses, a lot of people aren't familiar with the term, but once they learn about the term, they see its relevance to their world as students, to their world as community members, to their world relative to the sustainable development in their own communities, the livelihoods that they're trying to maintain and support in their own communities. So I would encourage the work program to look at what the Nairobi work program has been doing, what the PCCB network has been doing, and there may again be an opportunity to provide resources for people who, like many of us in this room, are asked from time to time to give talks to community groups, to universities, and we can do that on just transition, and in so doing address a couple of those key bullets that Ms. Roman highlighted earlier today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next on my list, I have IPLC.
Hello. So I'm Joanne Gilao. I'm indigenous person from the Philippines, and I work with Indigenous Peoples' Rights International. We appreciate some elements previously mentioned by our speakers. So our intervention is more of reiteration of some points mentioned. For us indigenous peoples and local communities, we would like to see this process reaching an agreement on the principles, strategies, and actions needed to build on the positive experiences of indigenous peoples and local communities with co-ownership and equity models, and expand this in a way suitable and appropriate to other contexts. We also would like to see engagement of indigenous peoples and key partners to discuss the barriers, enabling conditions, and positive experiences of this kind of co-ownership models and also benefit sharing agreements for just transitions that will positively impact not only the current generation but will also benefit the next generations. Like if we want the next generation to enjoy clean and sustainable environment, then let us start protecting our forests and various ecosystems now. So again, specifically, we would like to see the recognition and adaptation of indigenous knowledge and sustainable practices that will contribute to climate resilience and all these just transitions that we are trying to address. Which also brings us to question again, as a reflection also of the previous speaker, that when we do all these initiatives and actions, I think it's important to understand for whom is just transition we are trying to address, whether it's coming from the perspective of communities, government, and other stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you. And next on my list, and I'm afraid we have another speaker online after that, and then we are closing the speakers list. So next, Zimbabwe, and then online, the Women and Gender Constituency. And we're closing our speakers list after that. Please, Zimbabwe, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, co-facilitator. Would like to associate our statement with the input from Egypt as well, recognizing that the outcome on just transition, a decision on just transition will be central in terms of moving us forward towards concrete outcomes in this discussion. We also want to emphasize that recognizing the principles of just transition is also a very critical point in informing the concrete actions. And it would be impactful to also reflect on the needs and priorities of developing countries, recognizing the importance of the means of implementation in driving concrete outcomes, and also noting that just transition for developing countries without finance and technology may not really give the intended results. And I think the type of financing as well will be important in that regard, ensuring adequate and accessible climate finance for just transition or just transition financing, especially in the sectors that are hard to abet. We also want to recognize and emphasize on the importance of orderly and equitable as well as inclusive key elements within the just transition. Also cognizant of the different labor workforces, both the formal and the informal sector, including the recognition that concrete outcomes can also include the small, medium and growing enterprises, especially when it comes to innovation and deploying the concrete outcomes on innovation to the marginalized and the bottom pyramid. And also talking of inclusion and gender, looking at the unemployed, the paid, the unpaid, the care work and the vulnerable groups is an important piece. And also to emphasize the points on social justice and unintended harm in creating and structuring any concrete actions, and of course to deepen sustainable development with the different pathways, both for adaptation and resilience building, and also looking at the key enablers, especially when it comes to sectoral policies and roadmaps. So that is what we would want to add and emphasize. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Zimbabwe. And now our last speaker for this round, the Women and Gender Constituency online. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, facilitator. My name is Aishka Najib, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Women and Gender constituency. During the morning presentation and through the different submissions and interventions made by the parties, there has been a lot of call for creating a mechanism under the UNFCCC to sort of make sure that the scope that we agreed as part of decision 3 CMA5 actually moves onto an implementation phase and an actionable phase. And as the Women and Gender constituency, we also wanted to align ourselves with creating such a mechanism that could potentially provide technical, financial, and knowledge-based support and can be accessible to all parties and stakeholders, especially those in vulnerabilized regions that are most prone to the impacts of climate crisis. And we hope that such a mechanism can be designed through multiple entities, bringing together experts and national focal points to collectively drive the success of just transitions worldwide and across all sectors. And we also hope such a mechanism could be guided by principles that aim at equity and justice. At the end of the day, that is the core of just transition. And it will involve the meaningful participation and contributors of rights holders, particularly trade unions, women, youth, Afro-descendant, and indigenous peoples group. We envision that such a mechanism can have different potential functions, such as providing technical assistance, analysis on means of implementation, and capacity building. It could also lean into developing and creating access to knowledge on just transition pathways, tools, and best practices. Also fostering just transition policies, international cooperation, coordination, and collaboration amongst both Annex 1 and non-Annex 1 listed parties. And finally, creating synergies and avoiding replications of efforts among other UNFCCC mechanism bodies. And we also hope that along with the COP30 decision text, an enabling environment can be provided for the facilitation and creation of such a mechanism under the UNFCCC. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And with this, we are closing our discussions under topic 3. We will meet you back in plenary in this very room. So please stay where you are, and the colleagues from the breakout room 4 and 5 will be joining us shortly so that we can reconvene in plenary. And for our virtual participants, you also stay where you are, as this is the link to the plenary discussions later. So thank you very much all for the very, very interesting and often very concrete suggestions that you and inputs that you have shared with us, and I'll see you shortly in plenary. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. We're going to start in 5 minutes. So thanks, everyone, for coming in. We're just letting a few others join us and just finishing preparations here. Thanks. Thanks, colleagues. Welcome back to the plenary for our penultimate plenary session. We'll have our report backs now and then closing plenary immediately following. So from this short session, I'm really looking forward to hearing about the views and experiences and exchanges that came through the breakout sessions. And we have our facilitators who've done a great job, adding to the great job that the facilitators did yesterday in having the discussions in each of their breakout rooms. And so I'll start with facilitator for breakout group 1, which was on building synergies under the UNFCCC process, and invite my colleague Chad Tugungubu, I'm not very good at pronouncing his name, to share reflections from the group. Chad, you have the floor.
Thank you, Damon. Hello, everyone. So this is reporting back from Group 1, as Damon mentioned, building on synergies under UNFCCC process. The following summary is not meant to be exhaustive, given the short time, but to serve as a glimpse into the rich exchange that we had across the 3 rounds of discussions. So I'll quickly highlight 8 points. First one, we heard that there's a need to address gaps, avoid duplicating existing efforts, and so to do so, there was the ideas to really have JTWP focus on areas that are not yet addressed by existing UNFCCC bodies and work programs. Secondly, there was the emphasis on that while exploring synergy is essential, but the work should not add additional burden on relevant work streams. Coordination should enhance coherence and avoid overlap. Thirdly, there was the discussion on respecting national pathways and promote locally led, nationally backed, and inclusive approaches. Under that, the emphasis was that the work has to be context specific and align with national development priorities and shaped by inclusive bottom-up plans. Fourthly, we also heard quite a recurring theme was the need to align with the global goal on adaptation work targets, particularly the targets that relates to inclusive approaches and social protections, and also to reflect the outcomes from Global Stocktake 1 and be preparing to provide inputs GST2 to ensure just transition is embedded in future climate ambition and action. Fifthly, there was the emphasis on strengthening the participation of indigenous peoples, local communities, and marginalized groups. This is emphasized as a means to engage diverse voices and perspectives to ensure that the effort to just transition includes all the diverse voices. And there was a concrete example that was highlighted by one of the indigenous people's representative, which is the effort to develop ethics protocol under the Baku work plan, which may be an opportunity to have a concrete synergy with the work under the Just Transition work program. Sixthly, across the 3 rounds of discussions, participants highlighted work plans and the institutional arrangements of constituted bodies and work programs as effective spaces to embed just transition elements. More concretely, they highlighted the upcoming development of the 5-year work plan of the PCCB, the new gender action plan, as well as the implementation of the Baku work plan as space that is already exists for fostering the synergies. Last but not least, there was the emphasis to enhance coordination with existing UNFCCC bodies and work programs to ensure coherence and efficiency. And the Just Transition work program should coordinate closely with those bodies, and the few of them that came up quite repeatedly include KCI, PCCB, Nairobi work program, and ALSEP to leverage this expertise and avoiding duplications to provide an inclusive space for equity and just transition to find expression across the UNFCCC process. So with that, I hand the floor back to you. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Chad. And it sounds like the room has had a very rich and constructive set of discussions. So thanks very much for the good report back. So moving on to breakout group 2, building on synergies outside the UNFCCC process. I now invite Ms. Maria Noel Estrada from UN RISD to share her reflections. Maria, you have the floor.
Okay. Thank you. Good morning again. I'm going to bring a quickly report, obviously also not meant to be exhaustive. Also, our group was really rich and multidimensional. And first of all, I would like to thank you, all participants, meaning all of you, because you brought forward a wide range of experiences, and this enriched the discussion. So, key ideas are around that there is a strong consensus that the just transition must be fully integrated into climate adaptation, that it must address both the risks from climate impacts and the inequalities that adaptation actions themselves may worsen. A rights-based, equity-centered, and participatory approach is essential to this. Some key enablers identified across the groups include integrated planning and coherence across economic, environmental, and social policies, investment in social protection systems, sustainable enterprises, and decent work, ensuring voice and co-ownership from indigenous people, local communities, and informal workers. Also, participants recognize that substantial work on just transition is already taking place beyond the UNFCCC, like our colleague from ILO was saying in the morning. And this includes efforts at the national and regional levels, for example, South Africa framework, and within institutions such ILO, G20, MDBs, and OHCHR, among others. All these initiatives offer valuable knowledge and practice-based insights, but one point here was remarked is that are currently kind of fragmented. Therefore, to enhance synergy and avoid duplications, concrete proposals should include setting up an expert group under the Just Transition Working Program to take stock of external work, identify gaps, and report back to parties. Establishing a space for structured exchange with local governments, indigenous people, academia, and other stakeholders to bring global and territorial levels. Developing a mapping facility, this was in the three groups named, developing a mapping facility of ongoing projects to foster complementarity across frameworks, including biodiversity, disaster risks, and human rights, among others. And participants also stressed the need to break silos and strengthen coherence between adaptation and mitigation, as well as between sectors, particularly beyond this energy sector, agriculture, biodiversity, care systems, and more. All that said, while there were synergies widely encouraged, some voices were saying that there should be some focus linking the just transitions and not linking to everything, so not to lose the focus there. And also, there were some voices defining that the Just Transitions Working Program must remain party-driven and grounded in national context, not to be shaped by external agendas and remaining more in domestic context. In conclusion, there is a momentum here, a growing knowledge base and practical experience from where to draw on. And Just Transitions Working Program now has this opportunity to act as a platform to consolidate, align, and amplify these efforts, trying not to duplicate in them, ensuring that Just Transitions delivers for people and the planet. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maria, and also extremely valuable in terms of the insights that have come through in that group. So thank you very much for your work as well, and for everyone contributing to those discussions. And lastly, for breakout group 3, identifying concrete and actionable outcomes for the Just Transition Work Program in the context of adaptation and climate resilience, I'd like to invite my colleague Anna Vorkoye to provide her reflections. Over to you, Anna.
Thank you, Damon. In topic 3, we also had some very lively, very engaging discussions, so it's almost impossible for me to summarize them in an exhaustive way, but I'll highlight some of the recurring themes and interesting inputs that have emerged. So the first outcome that was identified by many as essential for the JTWP is substantive decision. At CM87, many participants reflected on their disappointment for a lack of decision at COP29 and the need for a strong substantive decision at COP30. This decision, according to many, had the needs, well, in the future, to include signals, both high-level political signals, but also more operational signals that can also reflect on the key messages that have come through from the dialogues. Many participants reflected on the need to avoid duplications and the strong need for the JTWP to synergize, in particular with other constituent bodies under the UNFCCC, but also the importance of finding ways to bring back into the process the wealth of ongoing work on JTWP outside of the UNFCCC intergovernmental process. And here there was also a specific invitation to the Secretariat to include a list of initiatives and support provided to adaptation and climate resilience approaches aligned with just transition pathways that were reflected on during the course of the dialogue. Many participants reflected on the need for a common understanding around just transition and shared principles on just transition. And in terms on how these shared principles could look like, many reflected on the importance of equity and inclusion with a strong emphasis of socially just, inclusive, gender responsive, and human rights-based approaches, including respect for indigenous people's rights and intergenerational equity, and concepts such as FPIC, the need for locally led and nationally determined just transition pathways in the context of adaptation, and the need to make sure that these principles are broad, not prescriptive, and don't follow universal models, but respect nationally determined nature of just transitions. Some interventions have also framed these principles more in terms of safeguards, such as minimum baseline requirements that should be respected for initiatives or approaches that want to define themselves as based on just transitions. In terms of concrete outcomes, some ideas revolved around the setup of a knowledge-sharing platform to share experiences, tools, best practices, but also challenges faced by countries in implementing just transition pathways, including in the context of adaptation and climate resilience, a robust mapping exercise of what is already out there and the work that is ongoing, and a need assessment exercise to identify priority and just transition actions, a repository of real-world case studies that could have useful national-level implementation ideas to inform a shared understanding, but also inspire action at the national level, technical support and or guidance on how to integrate just transition pathways into climate action, including NDCs, NAPs, and LTLEDs. Some participants have structured their suggestions around outcomes in terms of new mechanisms or structures to be set up, and some ideas in this sense included a just transition commission, a facilitative committee, expert groups on just transition. Some refer to a just transition guidance framework to operationalize equity across policy cycles, and some have suggested a coordination framework that would support countries in achieving their own just transitions, while also taking into account transboundary spillover effects at a more global level. Participants reflected also on the importance of means of implementation in the context of just transition pathways, in the context of adaptation and climate resilience, and interventions reflected on how the work program could facilitate channeling support in that sense. Some participants highlighted the need for tailored support for LDCs and SIDS in this context. And lastly, some sectoral approach comments and ideas that have come in. Some participants have reflected on the need for a sector-specific lens, and the idea of the JTWP as a space to break silos along a sectoral basis, analyzing the implication of just transitions and transition risks within sectors. Many reflected on the importance of having an adaptation focus in the context of just transition, and were quite pleased with the team and the discussions under the third dialogue. And finally, many reflected also on the importance of integrating multi-level governance in the context of just transition pathways, and the role that local and subnational governments can also help in supporting the implementation of just transition pathways, also in the context of adaptation and climate resilience. So that was all that I have noted down here, but by no means exhaustive, as we had really, really rich discussions across the three breakout groups. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Anna, and thanks also for all your efforts and for the contributions for everyone. As with the other two rooms, it's clear that there's been an incredibly rich range of discussions and a lot of valuable points coming through, that we've progressed a lot of the thinking and discussions through the course of this morning. Now, I'm just going to have a bit of a change in our program because of some time constraints. So, and I want to still make sure that everyone has the chance who wants to come in with reflections on what we've heard in the report backs and any other final reflections. But our Substa Chair, Ambassador Donia Ebare, he's got some time limitations and is very keen to greet you all and to have the chance to speak before we close today, but we need to do that, bring that forward. And so what I'm proposing we do is we'll have the Ambassador come on now and provide some words to us all, and then we'll reconvene back to have the chance for reflections, and then we'll have our closing plenary segment, which is a short one, and we've closing with some closing remarks from the incoming COP30 presidency and the COP30 lead negotiator, Ambassador Lilium Chaguez. So we'll do it in that order, just to accommodate Ambassador Donia, and I'll shift that around now and welcome him. So it's my pleasure, Ambassador, to see you online in our virtual platform and to have you with us today. So I welcome you to join us and to provide your closing remarks to our plenary. Thank you very much, Ambassador.
Thank you, Damian. Distinguished colleagues and friends, let me from the onset apologize that I will be dropping off early. I have the distinct pleasure to share a few reflections with you as we come to the end of the third dialogue under the United Arab Emirates Just Transition Work Programme, which focused on approaches to enhancing adaptation and climate resilience in the context of just transition. In organizing this third dialogue, the SBI chair and I aimed to provide a space that would allow you to exchange and listen to diverse views on opportunities, best practices, actionable solutions, challenges, and barriers for enhancing adaptation and resilience through the lens of just transition, and to drill deeper into many related aspects of the topic. From the World Cafe session to different breakout groups, this dialogue has provided you with the opportunity to deeply reflect on the just transition implications of climate resilience and adaptation, demonstrating that Just Transition Work Programme fully recognizes the cross-cutting nature of just transitions. Over the course of the dialogue, we have had you explore many important issues, from community-based and local-led adaptation to the role of traditional indigenous people's knowledge and local knowledge systems, from the role of the private sector in contributing to climate resilience, while leaving no one behind, to the role that social protection systems serve as the tool for enhancing adaptation and climate resilience. You have also had a chance to reflect on crucial role that means of implementation, including climate finance, can play in channeling resources towards country-driven, locally led solutions that enhance resilience while safeguarding livelihoods, ecosystems, and cultural heritage. On behalf of the SBI chair and myself, I want to thank you for actively and constructively engaging in the event, both in person and virtually. Your insights, experience, and expertise have greatly enriched our collective understanding of the challenges and opportunities ahead. I would also want to express our sincere gratitude to the government of Panama for their generous hospitality and providing us with such excellent facilities for this dialogue. Allow me also to thank the various speakers and facilitators, as well as secretariats, for making this dialogue possible. To the COP29 presidents and COP30 incoming presidents, we thank you for joining us for this dialogue and supporting this critical issue. We know how important the next few months will be for further developing ideas and turning this into strong outcome on just transition at COP30. This dialogue has been a valuable milestone on that journey. As mandated, the SBI chair and I will guide the Secretariat in preparing an informal summary report, and we will initiate preparations for the fourth dialogue to take place later this year. Once again, thank you for your participation and engagement. I will see many of you in Bonn a few weeks from now. I have heard from many of you how useful and engaging your exchange during this dialogue has been. I invite you to bring that positive and collaborative spirit to Bonn, where we will have the chance to translate the discussion that you have had over the last day and a half into common solutions. In the meantime, I wish you a good afternoon and safe travels to those who joined us from Panama. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair, Ambassador, for your words and your continuing guidance to us in the Just Transition Work Programme, along with Julia Gardner, the SBI Chair. And thank you for your time with us today. So with that, I will switch back to our previous segment, which was giving all of you a chance to provide any additional insights from the discussions we've had in our breakout sessions today and what you've heard in the reports back. And we've got about 10-15 minutes allocated to this. We're running a little bit over our 1 o'clock, so if we can keep that to as tight as possible with your interventions, but want to make sure we give people a chance to have the opportunity for final words. So I didn't see whose flag was first. I'll pass to Saudi Arabia. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, for giving Saudi Arabia the floor. As we conclude this important dialogue, Saudi Arabia thanks all participants for the constructive and insightful exchanges throughout our session. While we share common climate challenges, we must continue to use these forums to exchange on how we can make sure our climate action is just and grounded in sustainable development and poverty eradication, reflecting our distinct national context. As such, countries' just transition pathways look different, and we must maintain their bottom-up and sector-agnostic nature. We expect that the diversity of views from countries on different approaches and priorities to just transitions, and that there are no global pathways applicable to all, to be well captured in the summary report. Adaptation remains a central element of just transitions, especially for developing countries facing acute climate impact with limited resources. Ensuring fairness and inclusivity is essential for building lasting climate resilience. Adaptation efforts will always need to be forward-looking and flexible, responsive to evolving climate risks, and grounded in national realities. This includes deploying practical tools and support systems to empower local communities to strengthen adaptive capacities and resilience. The role of means of implementation, finance, technology, and capacity building in just transitions is fundamental. Finance must be predictable, accessible, and consensual, in line with Article 9 of the Paris Agreement. Technology must be deployed to respond to contextual needs, while capacity building must be embedded in national systems and informed by local knowledge. As we move forward, we recognize that this work program has not been able to fully reach its maximum potential, particularly as it relates to supporting developing countries in their diverse just transition pathways and act as a space to embrace equity and enable ambitious and inclusive transitions. We thank you all, and we look forward to continue this positive collaboration to achieve this goal. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Saudi Arabia. Next, Iran, please.
Thank you for organizing this meeting. On behalf of my country, the Islamic Republic of Iran, I would like to raise a consideration regarding the concept note prepared by the Secretariat on third dialogue under the United Arab Emirates Just Transition Work Program. Each country strives to achieve just transition within the framework of its own national legal and national circumstances, ensuring the inclusion of all relevant stakeholders. This might include workers, local communities, indigenous people, youth, women, and others. And we strongly expect that the Secretariat of UNFCCC to avoid utilizing ambiguous words and terms such as historically marginalized group, which its interpretation and application could differ from country to country and could be source of misinterpretation and dispute in the future. This term does not recognize in the COP decisions and other documents of UNFCCC, and we should refrain from such practices like this concept note. Thank you.
Thank you, Iran. And your point on the wording in the concept note is noted. I do stress that the concept note in the agenda has no status in the context of our negotiations and discussions under the agenda item of the Just Transition Work Programme. But you've raised the point. I also note that the concept note and agenda is been provided for this dialogue under the authority of the chairs of the subsidiary bodies, and so I will ensure that the point that you're making is referred to the chairs for their awareness. Thank you. Next, I'd like to ask Tungo to take the floor.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity to share our idea. I'm Bert de Wel from the trade union NGOs, and I just wanted to share our gratitude for the discussion that we have seen here. I think we have seen a very positive discussion and with many concrete elements on how just transition policies and measures can be integrated in our climate policy work. For us, this is a signal of hope that I will bring back to our constituency, to the millions of workers that are being affected at this moment by climate impact, their communities and their families. And it is this Just Transition Work Programme, the field of work, that has to link the work at the multilateral level with the realities on the ground. And that's why we would like to stress how important it is to see elements popping up on the implementation of the work that we have been doing here. And we will be certainly supporting from civil society, from the trade unions, every initiative that goes through a strong just transition mechanism to be delivered at the end of the year in Belém. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much. And next I'd like to go to our virtual room, and we have Women and Gender constituency. The floor is yours.
Send a message to workers, people, and communities across the world who are really relying on their governments to deliver a bold transformation to a better world and transition away from growth-based economic models that push us to ecological collapse, that continue to militarize our realities and fuel our world with genocide. So this should be an urgent call for changing the course. During the discussion, we have been placing care as a pivotal approach to move us towards collective vision of dignity for all. So we hope to continue continue with this spirit throughout the upcoming negotiations. As a women and gender constituency, we align with the call for the need for bold mechanisms that can move the Just Transition Work Program from delivering just talks to implementation and actionable solutions. We see that there is a critical gap amongst developing and developed countries in their capacity to transition, and that our work should be guided by CBDRC, equity, and justice. We envision a mechanism which can ensure that technical, financial, and knowledge-based support is accessible to all parties and stakeholders, especially to those in vulnerabilized regions most prone to the impacts of climate crisis. The dialogues have been clear in raising that for just transition pathways, it is crucial to involve the meaningful participation and contribution of rights holders, particularly trade unions, women, youth, Afro-descendant, and indigenous peoples. We as civil society want to be able to participate properly, not just in dialogues, but in the work program more broadly. We hope that the SP62 will be a launching pad to deliver on actionable outcomes. Thank you for the floor, Chair.
Thank you very much. And next, back into the room here, I call upon Ingo. You have the floor.
And participants to what has been a really generative and rich conversation over these past days. Just want to build on what my comrades from Tungo and the Women and Gender constituency have said, and also commend you, the Secretariat, for the framing questions this morning, which really brought us to discuss some concrete actionable outcomes. As my comrades have said, in this moment where more than ever real people outside these rooms are asking themselves whether climate multilateralism still works and how it can concretely deliver for them, for people, for communities, for workers, more than ever we see the Just Transition Work Program and its work as the place where we can make that connection and break some of the typical silos inside of our existing climate institutions. I think we've heard in the past days how much climate risk and transition risk overlap, and so really looking forward to see how this work program can, again, bring its really unique lens and connect us to the lives of real people outside. Thank you.
Thank you, Ingo. I don't see any more flags here in the room, and I don't think we have any more virtually. Oh, we have two. I think Burkina Faso was first. So, Burkina Faso, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. And at the outset, I would like to commend all the colleagues in the room for the valuable input that has been provided, and also to acknowledge Ambassador Adonia for his remarks. I think that in the spirit, we had a very good spirit on the dialogue, and we should continue in that spirit to deliver and born. A mechanism is important to be able to implement locally for communities, for indigenous people, mindful of our youth, our economies, depending on their maturity. For us as LDCs, our economies is based mostly as informal, and that work program should emphasize also the fact that we need to serve them as formalizing and to allow a transformative change. This is very critical for the LDCs and also for our fellows in the seats. Finance, it is critical. We need to make sure that the means of implementations are impacted. And as a co-chair of the Paris Committee on Capacity Building, as our esteemed colleague during his report back emphasized, we are working on our 5-year program, and it is important to make sure that we are cross-fertilizing all constituent bodies and relying on the expertise that exists locally, cross-cutting on all the government approach, the all society approach, counting on the civil society. You know, they're expressing and they have knowledge, and making sure also that we're building on the UN system locally to make sure that we're using the right data. The quality of data matters. I repeat again, the quality of data matters because it's with those data that our lives are controlled. The divide of technology, it is important. We have a AI divide now that is raising up. The work program on just transition need to raise that as well. This is extremely critical for us as LDCs and SITs, and making sure that we have that component clear. Our communities are represented massively by youth, and data has shown at the World Bank that more than 2 billion is coming into the workforces. How are we going to handle that? It's a powerful tool. It's not a burden. We as LDCs, we don't see it as a burden. But the work plan also need to embrace that and see how we're going to respond, because they are the next middle class coming. That's where we will find our fiscal space to make sure that we're transitioning. And it's important to just not stand alone on workforces or health. It is cross-cutting. I think working on nexuses, bringing that nexus is very important. So I will stop there in the interest of time, as you has guided us, Chair. And once again, thank you to all the colleagues, and the LDCs stand ready to contribute and in the good spirit of delivering. Thank you very much, colleagues, and we look forward to continuing working together. Over to you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Burkina Faso. And next I have the European Union. You have the floor.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks. I have to stand up. It's a bit complicated with the computer. But yeah, I'm talking on behalf of the EU and its 27 member states. I would like to first thank Panama for hosting us, and the UNFCCC Secretariat for organizing this dialogue. Thanks as well to all the participants for a rich, fruitful, and constructive conversation. We were reunited these 2 days to discuss how just transition approaches can enhance adaptation and climate resilience. These discussions are key, as science tells us that risks and projected adverse impacts and related losses and damage from climate change escalate with every increment of global warming. And it is the very workers, people, and households we are talking about under this work program that will be the most impacted. The outcome of the first global stocktake concluded that we are not on track to keep the 1.5 degrees temperature limit within reach. We need ambitious actions, and we need it now. We believe that this work program is a key platform for such accelerated action, as it puts the needs, challenges, and voices of those most affected by this transition to climate-neutral, resilient societies at the core, thereby improving their well-being and fostering public support for climate actions. In this sense, just transition approaches are cross-cutting and vital across all pillars of the goals outlined in Article 2.1 of the Paris Agreement, so as to unlock synergies between mitigation, adaptation, and human and ecological well-being. During this dialogue, I will need to move a bit my, sorry about this. During this dialogue, elements of how to design and implement adaptation policies in a just and inclusive manner were highlighted. Many of them are similar to the ones that were emphasized in the first 2 dialogues in 2024. First, adaptation policies should be people-centric, human rights-based, gender transformative, and intersectional, so as to integrate the challenges and needs of women and those facing multiple and intersecting forms of discrimination, while also valuing the role, knowledge, and leadership of these groups in fostering a just transition. Second, parties and non-party stakeholders highlighted the high potential of social protection schemes and how they can be strengthened and transformed to contribute to increased adaptation and resilience to climate change and to the effects of climate policies on workers, people, and households. We also heard a party emphasize the importance of taking into account workforce consideration when designing and implementing adaptation policies and the key role social dialogue plays in these processes. Finally, we have also talked about how just transition in adaptation can be facilitated through international cooperation, capacity building, technical assistance, and mobilizing finance from all sources, highlighting also the many existing initiatives and partnerships. Mainstreaming this consideration across other work streams and the work carried out by other constituted bodies is a key task for the Just Transition Work Programme. At the same time, it is clear from this morning's sessions that there is a lot happening on just transition outside of this room. And so our work program should strengthen cooperation and engagement with these many initiatives and processes within and outside UNFCCC that already contribute to the implementation of just transition, while clearly deriving remaining gaps for our work program to cater to in a complementary manner and being mindful by whom the respective implementation could be ensured. We have also been discussing outcomes for the Just Transition Work Programme. Last year at COP29, we didn't reach a decision despite the rich discussions and findings coming out of the first two dialogues. Yet the world is looking for a concrete outcome that makes a difference on the ground. Our primary aim this year should be to deliver on our mandate and reach an agreement on first messages on the role of just transition in achieving the goals of the Paris Agreement, which is the objective of this work program, and two more specific operational messages coming out of the dialogue that gives directions to parties and non-party stakeholders, including the private sector, to design and implement their climate policies, plans, strategies, and action in a just and inclusive manner. We are looking forward to continue these conversations and reaching such an agreement with other parties. Thank you very much.
Thank you, the European Union. And now I have Australia. You have the floor.
Thank you for the floor, and to my colleagues for your rich engagement in this dialogue, and to our host Panama last night was fun, and to the Secretariat for organising this important dialogue. Today was a really useful opportunity to think about where we want to take this work program. When we started at COP27, it was a bit of a challenge because this work program emerged under the CMA, but unlike other themes, there was no single article in the Paris Agreement to guide us. But we're also really fortunate in that this cross-cutting issue occurs in many places and touches us all. We all came to these dialogues and SP sessions with powerful and personal stories to tell, including of the opportunities that can be unlocked by the transition. The good news is we don't have to start from zero. We have a body of work behind us, and we can use the dialogues, all the elements as a structure for how we move forward, especially for adaptation, an issue that's important for so many of us. Just transition as it relates to adaptation is not a new layer of work. It is a smart, people-first approach that ensures adaptation is inclusive, locally led, and future-ready. It is how we build lasting climate resilience while keeping the Paris Agreement goals within reach. Something important for so many and essential for protecting the most vulnerable. We've also heard there's no just transition without Indigenous people's involvement, front and centre. That knowledge doesn't just strengthen adaptation, it makes it possible. To be effective, this work program must leverage, not duplicate, existing mechanisms under the UNFCCC. Better coordination across these streams can help parties identify what works for just transition and scale up action efficiently. Just as important is engaging the extensive ecosystem outside the UNFCCC. that already delivers just transition through adaptation. Multilateral development banks are embedding just transition into climate portfolios. They support countries to diversify economies, strengthen social protection, and boost local resilience through climate-responsive investments. We also heard an excellent presentation from the ILO and the link to decent work and quality jobs. It feels like I've been talking for a while, but I think this speaks to the wealth and the breadth of just transition efforts before us. There's a strong desire for progress on outcomes, and I share this desire. But given what's out there, I feel like to move forward, we need to identify the gaps in the process and see how this work program can best add value. The impact lies not just in scale, but in clarity, getting real value from this work program. We know in this UNFCCC process, a single decision or a paragraph or a sentence can reverberate around the world. Conversely, some initiatives have proven more symbolic than substantive, and we can all speak to instances where size hasn't necessarily led to effectiveness. And my final point, adaptation and just transition don't replace the need for emissions reductions. And this shouldn't be controversial. This is the transition, and it makes adaptation easier. But we know that for the transition to be effective, it must be just. So let's make this work program a platform that connects ambition with delivery and frameworks at the global level to leadership at the local level, and one that leaves no one behind. Thank you, and I look forward to seeing you all in Bonn.
Thanks to Australia, and now I pass the floor to Egypt. You have the floor.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I would like to take the floor on behalf of the G77 in China. I did not prepare, for an extensive remark, but I was compelled, to provide it, as seeing a lot of our partners providing their remarks on the dialogue, and equally I would like to echo their sentiment of gratitude to the government of Panama for hosting our workshop, our dialogue this year, and with all the facilities that's been provided for us in this dialogue, and also thank the Secretariat for the good preparation for this dialogue and the SB chairs for the guiding questions and the concept notes all provided. It did help us to engage constructively in a very good way, and I believe that the outcomes that are coming out from this dialogue should serve us a good cause while we meet under negotiations at SB 62. Mainly, I wanted to remark on the outcomes that we have seen coming out from this dialogue, and we've seen a lot of discussion, and I did demonstrate this yesterday in one of my interventions on my national capacity as Egypt, that we have seen how the concept of just transition has been evolving worldwide, and it is something that we acknowledge, and we really want to enforce in our discussion at SB 62, coming out from the national level to the global level, and how just transitions can be implemented on a global scale, and we have all the enabling environment for its implementation. All countries, whether developed or developing, acknowledge the crucial importance of adaptation for just transition, and this is something that we heard a lot during our dialogue. In the face of the increasing climate vulnerability and loss and damage, for the G77 and China, adaptation within the context of just transition involves achieving the goals of the Paris Agreement outlined in Article 2.1 A, B, and C on the basis of Article 2.2. This includes enhancing the capacity to adapt to the adverse impacts of climate change and fostering climate resilience to ensure an adequate adaptation response in the context of the temperature goal, without compromising food production. Moreover, the G77 and China sees an opportunity to link these endeavors with the overall sustainable development goals, and in particular SDG 1 and SDG 2. The objectives established in this multilateral process are clear in their intent to promote international cooperation, therefore facilitating just transitions in alignment with the principles of equity and common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities, CBDRC, which serve as the foundation for equitable climate action. This necessitates the provision of financial resources from developed countries to enable developing countries to implement climate adaptation measures that address climate impacts, especially those associated with adapting to the impact of the temperature goals, establishing early warning systems to prevent and minimize loss and damage while improving preparedness, response, and creating opportunities for sustainable development and poverty eradication. The G77 and China emphasize enhancing adaptive capacity as an essential component of all climate actions, and more comprehensively, their just transition pathways towards low emission and more resilient development strategies. This necessitates building resilient economies that can withstand and respond to climate change and its impacts while encouraging economic development. Resilient economies are key for achieving just transitions and pursuing developmental goals. Development is also critical to enable developing countries to implement climate action and achieve their climate policies. I will stop here, and I will leave the rest to our next round of negotiation at SB 62. And I wish all my colleagues and all who were present here safe flights, and looking forward to our next engagement. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Egypt, for G77 and China. And now, the United Kingdom, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I also wanted to extend my deep thanks to the Government of Panama for hosting us here, and for the Secretariat for all of their work bringing us together. It's deeply, deeply grateful for this. We really welcome the rich discussions we've had today and in previous dialogues, and the importance of bringing us together in an open and constructive discussion really can't be emphasized enough. And the discussions over the last year and a half have really shown how much common ground there is and commonality in the experiences that we have despite different national circumstances. And ultimately, this is an incredible opportunity to listen and to learn from each other. And we will continue to be open and welcome the perspectives of all parties and non-party stakeholders. And we strove for an outcome at COP29 on the Just Transition Work Programme, and really hope that this year will be different and yield success, a shared goal uniting us all. I wanted to make a broader reflection based on the discussions we've seen at this dialogue over the last few days, and that's that just transitions that leave no one behind and effective adaptation action are two sides of the same coin, or maybe two sides of a multifaceted coin. Just transitions need adaptation measures to ensure that every individual, worker or community has the resilience they need, the skills to support or transform their livelihoods, or the social protection to sustain their families and livelihoods in the face of climate impacts. And at the root of all effective adaptation measures lies the importance of locally led initiatives, stakeholder engagement and inclusive participation, and of ensuring the most vulnerable in our societies have the support they need. As climate impacts rise, this has a profound impact of the most vulnerable. The Paris temperature goals are at the heart of these discussions, and the relationship between just transitions and 1.5 degrees is inextricable, as the objective of our work programme underlines. And limiting global temperature rises to 1.5 degrees is critical to reducing the need to adapt. as I've said, we've been here to listen, to learn, and I'll close by simply saying we really remain open to these discussions and the views of all, and look forward to working with everyone, parties and non-party stakeholders in this process, including in Bonn in a few weeks. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to the United Kingdom. And the final speaker I have on our list is AOSIS. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. On behalf of AOSIS, we express our appreciation to the SB chairs, the Secretariat, and the Government of Panama for hosting this dialogue and the opportunity to elevate the unique perspectives of small island developing states. For us, a just transition for SIDS is not an abstract. It is a matter of survival. So the pathways that we have discussed here in terms of adaptation and climate resilience must be urgent, equitable, and context-specific. So we are very clear about the scale of the challenge, and we do realize that the current global commitments do not match the urgency. As a colleague from United Kingdom indicated, that we must have actions aligned with that 1.5 degree temperature goal, because we are clearly heading for a 2.4 degree temperature overshoot. And for our communities, SIDS, that is not a statistic. It is an existential threat on our lives and the lives of our peoples. So AOSIS stands ready to work with our partners. We look forward to a fruitful and intentional session at Bonn with the view to have a decision with a concrete and actionable outcome adopted at COP30. Thank you.
Thank you, AOSIS. And I now have Ghana. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. It's Piladi from South Africa.
That's why I was confused. It changed.
And I think on my end, I would just also want to echo the sentiment expressed by colleagues around the room. Also to thank the government of Panama for hosting us and the hospitality. And I think for me, it would be, or for my group, it would be important to also reflect just how important this topic has been in order to not only advance the work of the work program, but to move forward in terms of being truthful to the mandate, or being truthful to the decision, but also expressing a more balanced approach, which has been an issue that we have expressed. A more balanced approach in terms of the focus, but also in terms of the richness of the output that came out of these discussions. And I think it was good to hear reflections on how we could take on the more focus that looks at the international dimensions around the conversations on just transition, while the sharing of experiences and case studies from different countries were valuable. But I think it's important to not lose sight of the opportunities and the barriers that are associated with transition pathways for various countries, but also looking at how we could tap into the international finance and the international cooperation and the means of implementation, particularly around the finance discussions. I think there was a lot of progressive inputs that we heard in that aspect. And we were happy to see more of the focus that makes the intentional linkage, not only to decarbonize, but the intentional linkage around unlocking access to transition opportunities, specifically for developing countries, but also looking at how we could give meaning to the whole of society and all of economy framing by looking at the competitiveness that countries need to focus on when approaching this topic. So the issue of having the informal economy be integrated into a just resilience narrative was an area that we welcomed. But we also welcomed the convergence of ideas around creating some sort of institutional arrangement that could speak to how we could guide the work of integrating and operationalizing equity and fairness in the work that we do. So convergence around a framework or an institutional arrangement that is able to not only implement or facilitate the implementation of climate action within the UNFCCC, but also outside of the UNFCCC. I think it sent a good signal. But the proposals also that were being put forward around concrete outcomes and the convergence around those concrete outcomes, I think is a point that we welcomed. But it was also particularly encouraging to see the acknowledgement that in this discussion that an investment case for a fair and equitable adaptation faces challenges. There is a glaring gap in terms of the adaptation framing globally, and this is due fundamentally to the systematic barriers that exist within the global system, and an acknowledgement of that, I think, is an element that we welcome. That there is a meeting of minds around having this work program make an input towards addressing elements such as the high cost of capital, the skills and capacity deficits that exist across the world, but also the debt and fiscal constraints that inhibit many of the countries to achieve their transition pathways. And these are barriers that we've all acknowledged and undertook through this work program to address. So the international barriers and the challenges that countries face, which are at a more global, systemic level, I think this work program presents an opportunity to shift the needle in those discussions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, South Africa. And I think that's the end of our list and speaker requests. So there's no more requests for the floor? No? Well, thank you very much, everyone, for all the very valuable final interventions and observations, and thank you for the reflections about the positive nature of this dialogue. I really appreciate the words. So we'll move now to our second part of our closing plenary, and it gives me my great pleasure to welcome to the floor Ambassador Lilian Chagas, the COP30 lead negotiator for the incoming COP30 presidency. And Ambassador is going to provide her reflections and closing address. Ambassador, we know what an important priority just transition is for the incoming presidency. And so we thank you very much for taking the time in your busy schedule to be with us today and to share your words. So I pass the floor to you. Thank you, Ambassador.
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you, Damon, for allowing me to address the delegations for this dialogue at this closing plenary. I'd like to add my voice to thank the government of Panama, the UNFCCC for organizing the World Climate Week, and our institutions, our NGOs, constituency observers, parties that came to take part, to bring their experience, their best practices and their ideas. This is the bulk of our multilateral process. From these dialogues, we build and construct, hopefully, meaningful decisions. What I'd like to point out to you is that today, this Friday, the COP30 designate president released his third letter to the international community. And this one is focused exclusively on the negotiations and on the negotiations at the upcoming SB's sessions. So I invite you to read this letter. It's not very long as the previous ones. You can find at the COP30 website, cop30.br. Look for the presidency area and there you'll find the letter in English. And why I bring this up? Because there the CPD makes a call to negotiators in the sense that the climate urgency is being felt by everyone, and our negotiating rooms cannot be isolated from that. We have to respond to this year. This year is not 2025, it should not be business as usual in the negotiation process. The process is under stress. You know, I'm not going into further how challenging we are seeing from countries and governments questioning the system, the process that we built together. So we have to respond to this and be consequential. In this letter, there is a clear call, an invitation to negotiations in Bonn to be more effective and more concrete. We cannot mistake Bonn as a dialogue. The dialogue are sessions like this. We exchange ideas, we bring ideas, we test ideas. In the Bonn session, we have to sit and get down to work and agree on things and not reiterate what we hear in the informal sessions, informal meetings, informal ministerials, workshops and dialogues. So the letter has this direct call to all of you negotiators, to civil society, to constituencies, to observers, and to the UNFCCC. Also, we selected 3 negotiating themes that we think could have a rapid evolvement. And these are the Just Transition Work Program, exactly the one that brought you here, the adaptation decisions, and the GST. Reminding why those three, because the letter also says that our working tracks, our negotiation tracks are essential, are important, and we will seek to have all them by COP30, because this will strengthen the multilateral process. This will show that the Paris Agreement works, and that it's the basic text that we have to act collectively. And as far as climate change is concerned, it's our only option to act. Everybody has to act, and as we are hearing from science, we have to go faster. So why these 3 topics? Because they are 2 of them, GST and Just Transition specifically, they are pending decisions from the last COP. You know, as the delegate from China said, we cannot fail again. The decision to give flesh and blood to this work program should have been agreed at COP29 in Baku. So we have been progressing. We have the critical material. We have, you know, now the latest knowledge on how we can have a meaningful work program that is usable for everyone. So we want to pick up the work from Baku and go faster on these 3 topics. And hopefully there is a challenge there. There's an invitation to agree on them on the Bonn session. Use the Bonn session wisely. It's a formal negotiating session. You know, the process has 2 formal negotiation sessions, the SBs and the governing bodies. The SBs are about to begin in 3 weeks' time, and we should approach them in a different mode, with regaining trust and, you know, on our ability to agree on decisions. And in order to do that, also I heard from many of you this morning, You know, we need to find the focus. We need to avoid that the COP decisions become a patchwork of different ideas, because we are so many countries, almost 200, over 190 countries. If all of them will need their priority or their necessity in, then we would have a problem. Nobody understands what it's all about. It's hard for the outside public reads these decisions, and sometimes they lose focus and they don't make a real impact on real life. So what the incoming COP president invites the negotiators to get really the work done as soon as possible, because we have many, many other important tracks to agree on this year. Back to the bond session, you know, what I think we should be all on the same page in the Just Transition Work Program is on the provisional agenda of the substat and of the SBI, item 8, and there is action expected from us there. I read it. The substat and the SBI will be invited to continued consideration of this matter with a view to recommending a draft decision thereon for consideration and adoption at CMI 7, which will happen in Belém, in Brazil, in November. So, you know, what we want to bring to you is the sense of urgency, and invite negotiators, invite delegations to make their contribution to these challenge times that we're living, and regain the power of the multilateral climate regime to take decisions. Take decisions that are meaningful to the outside world. There is a legacy, there is a very large body of mechanisms, tools, incentives, guidance, directives, and we should you know, be conscious that they need to be, they need to have value to the outside world. Just to conclude, to remind that the 3 overall objectives, goals of COP30 at 2025 is to strengthen multilateralism, and the climate multilateralism is the largest and a very important one. To make decisions more impactful to the real world, and also to activate the external institutions to enable implementation faster at this critical decade. So we hope we address the bond session in this new mood, in a mood of trust and confidence on our ability to deliver what has to be delivered, to deliver on the mandates. So instead of the negative aspect of we cannot fail anymore, we should have all like wristbands saying that we will succeed. We will succeed. We can do it. It's up on us. We have, you know, the support of many, many technical bodies. We have the knowledge of worldwide institutions, universities, research. So it's a matter of getting our actors together and organize a meaningful work program for this powerful concept that is just transition. Count on us. We will do everything in our power to habilitate these negotiations to go on in a smooth, previsible, transparent, and inclusive way. But you know, everybody has to come with trust and flexibility. Otherwise, we'll be repeating mistakes of the past. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ambassador, for these extremely motivational words and for really bringing into clear focus the task that we all have before us at the Bonn session coming up, as you say, very shortly, and on the road to COP30 in Belém, and for your setting out the priorities, the importance of multilateralism, and the optimism that you're bringing that we can all collectively deliver together over the coming months and in Belém at COP30. So thank you very much for being with us today. And with this, colleagues, we've come to the end of the third dialogue under the UAE Just Transition Work Programme. I'd like to thank you all once again for the really terrific participation and engagement that you've all shown over the last day and a half, and for the really collaborative spirit, as many have observed in your remarks, that we've all been working together in trying to recognise and advance the work under the Just Transition Work Programme. It's been a real pleasure for me to be with you all and to be chairing and moderate the proceedings, and to work with all the presenters and the facilitators and all the others behind the scenes who've made this event possible. And I'm certainly, with all my colleagues at the Secretariat here as part of the team, we all very much look forward to seeing you and to be working with all of you at the Bonn session in a very short amount of time. So we look forward to seeing you in the slightly different surroundings of Bonn, Germany, rather than Panama City in Panama. See you shortly, and thank you all very much. Thank you.